let's go there. Right, so let's just check that this is working. Okay, that's working. Awesome. Yes. All right, nice. There we go. Yep, good days. Hey, good days. It's all good. Nice work. Oh, I see what's happened. Yep, good. It's gone back to mobile. There we go. Excellent. Nice work. Oh, 1503 kilobits. We need more than that to stream. Oh, don't drop down to nothing. Don't be silly now. That's better. Let's bring this out here a little bit. That's all good. What? Don't be silly. Hey, nice, yeah, nice. Yeah, welcome back, bud. Come on, we need more signal than this. That's better. Let's try that. Now we're talking. Phone 6 feet and the whole thing changes. That's better. Get over 2,000 for us. Nah, about 1,700. That's still enough to get a stream in though. Right. That's better. Now it's climbing up. Oh, it goes up, then it goes down. All right, so we've got over 3,000 kilobits per second, which is pretty good. While this phone's fine, that's all we need for a stream. Don't you start dropping on me. Okay. At pastimes, fishing bridges for bream, especially this one. Caught a lot of good fish here over the years. Hopefully it's going to repay the favour today, you know. Might even try and get a little bully. That's good, we're steady over 2,000 kilobits per second. All right, so this is a bridge, obviously on the river, okay. Jai, how are you, bud? Oh, did they? Awesome. Oh, it is, Will. So it is. And what we're doing here, famo, is one of the best ways to catch bream, okay, we call them bridge fish. Usually under every bridge you find a fish, okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom in a bit. The trick to it is, remember when I said you need to find structure in that? Okay, if that pelican turns up, seriously, I don't know what we're going to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, here we're not going to get anywhere nearly as many bream, right? And if we do get one, I've seen some absolute monsters caught from under this bridge, fam. So first thing we're going to do, we're just going to pick a pylon and cast to it as close as we can without hitting it. That'll do. Oh, nasty. So I'm going to leave that there like that. If there is one there, trust me, we're going to know about it. But let me just sort this camera out first. It's amazing, I've shifted this phone 6 feet and we managed to get signal, you know. There we are. Okay, I'm not going to obstruct your view too much. You don't need to see me. I'm the least important person in this stream. Right, so I suppose I can bring that down here. There's nearly as many mullerways they used to here. So let's just move down. I'm going to plonk that down there. Okay. Actually, I can even come into here, I think. But I'm going to risk it. Okay, let's just leave it there. Be back in a second, I'll get the landing net. There we are. Brilliant. Okay. I need my antenna, I think. That's better. Oh dear. Okay. Along a bridge. Oh, now what happened there? Well, that's a really good sign. We had a quite a hefty bump on that, and then we've pulled up bare hooks. So there's no weed here, there's no pelican. Right, sorry about the reception, a fairly remote part of the state. Now I'm just testing something out here, the next to the antenna and that, but don't do that. Right. Jamo, where are you from? You from Western Australia? You from the eastern states, or? I wonder if we've got any mulloway under here. Mulloway are a fish that have sort of disappeared from the rivers. A lot of netting in the old days wiped a lot of them out. A lot of the old boys that were around used to brag they used to catch them, to which I'd reply, yeah, that's why there's none left now. That's a great cast. Now I'm going to next to the pylon and we're going to wait for a little nibble. You try and cast past the pylon, then you bring it back closer and then you just wait. Okay, and if a fish does hit your bait, it'll wrap you straight around the pylons. Alrighty. Oh, that's a bite. That was a good bite. Oh shit, that was a good bite. Oh, that was a really good bite. Oh man. Wow, that was a really good bite. Yep, and they've hit it side on. Fish that get big around here are very clever, famo. Right, very clever. They're not stupid. So, right. Let me put that phone down. Now the reception's going to drop in and out. We're just going to have to put up with it. But like I said, I'm going to come back tomorrow with these new antennas that I've bought and my cell phone, and we should have uninterrupted signal, all right? So let's go again. I usually fish this spot at night. Now what you do, you don't try and cast at the pylons 2 or 3 in because they just smash you. You cast at the edge, right? That's one fish that won't be coming back. Bugger. All right, let's go. So I'm going to cast to the same one. See, like that. Bonk. Yeah, that's a good cast. I think I've got my casting mojo back, fam. Right. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to work each pylon as we go along. Right. All right. Oh, it took me into the pylons, I told you. Oh. Rightio. Plan B. Get out of there. Straight into the pylons, fam. Straight into the pylons. Swap to my other rod. This one's good, but it's got a little bit too soft an action, if you know what I mean. Wow. Fam, it tied a knot in my leader. Okay, that's how vigorous that hit was. So I'm going to have to either undo the leader. Oh, that's been smashed already. Come on, back up. What about here? If we go here. Yeah, better or not? That's better. That's better. That's better. Ah, dear. Righto. So what's happening is, with these fish, because it's a softer tipped rod, that's much better. I'm not setting the hook soon enough. Rightio. So, what's that creaking? Okay, let's try again. So what you'll find is we'll have resident fish underneath this bridge, okay, that have been here for a long time. So they know this bridge better than you and I will ever know the back of our hand, so to speak. Right. I have got some burley, but I don't really want to use that just yet. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm actually going to fish a closer pylon now. Right, I'm just gonna, I've got the bait right next to that support there. Okay, let's see what happens now, fam. I am gonna have to swap to the other rod, it's stiffer. I've been, oh, come on. I've been absolutely destroyed on 20 and 30 pound braid here before, because they'll hit the bait and they wrap it straight around those wooden columns that you see. Bugger, what was that? Yep. These fish are very, very educated, famo. To hook one, we're going to have to be absolutely on the top of our game. Let's put a bit of bait in the water. Right. Very much a patience game, fam. I think if we use soft plastics here, I think we'd get a fish. So let's just try with baits first. That first fish that I dropped was really big. Right, I'm going to bring this right back here. Nice. Rightio. I think we'll actually have to use the landing net today, fam. A lot of the really big ones, when they'll hit your baits, they'll swim straight for you, trying to dislodge it. And they'll pick it up, swim with it and drop it. That's why I don't fish two swivels here. There's a bite, come on. Come on. That's better, only a little one though. I think, or did it get off? Let's have a look. No. This one, to be quite honest with you, is not much bigger than the bait, famo. I have no idea how I hooked it. Back you go, champ. Off you go, buddy. See ya. So many small bream around at the moment. It's been a very good spawning season. That's why I use size 2 hooks, not to catch small ones like that. But anyway, that's fishing. Let me put this on my collar. Right. So notice how in this river, compared to the normal one we fish, we've caught a lot of small fish. Really good sign it's healthy. Oh, I actually, tell you what, it's nice to get the accuracy back without even trying. I actually hit that pylon there. Wasn't even trying. The amount of times I've tried to do it. Right, flies, get out of it, you mongrels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of burley out here. Right, I'm just going to see if I can get them in a bit closer. Right, I'll give it another bit of prawn there. Excellent. We're not, well, it's a bit close. Okay, great. Let's get to that pylon again. Now that's in a really bad position because it's between two pylons. So I'm going to bring this out here. Now we'll see. Right. Rightio, let's have a look. They always do, Will. You got to find structure to find fish, mate. Flathead are an exception because they live on the bottom and flounder. With flathead, if you've got a sandy area, you've just got to cast and retrieve different spots. But fish like bream and snapper and that, even when you go out in the boat with snapper, you need to find reef, you know. Good bite there. I tend to get a lot of my bigger bream here just on dark. You know, just an hour before dark or whatever. So, and the ironic thing is I'm using 30-pound trace and they're tying knots in it as if they're at scouts, you know. Right. I actually hit it again. Rightio, let's see what's happening here. Eh? Might even get a soft plastic out, fam. We'd get one on soft plastics here, I think. That was only small though. That was a bit better than normal. All right, now, about, what was it, 3 or 4 minutes ago, I threw out some prawns, you know what I mean, just as a bit of burley. So if they're around, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a really short cast here, hoping that a fish has picked up one of those prawns. Right, I'm going to bring that in right in front of that pole. Hey there, T done? Nah, not today, mate. We're just fishing today, matey. Right. Now, if this hits, it's going to be an instant hookup, fam. Right, that might be a bit shallow for him, I think, but we'll just wait and see. Might go to the next one. That's the cast. Donnie, no Rexy here, mate. He's one of a kind, old Rex Hunt. I think that'd be insulting Rexy boy comparing me to him. Hey Chris, how you going? Yeah, Back in 2019, Rollins flew me out to Fraser. It's the first time I met Shook. I stayed out there for about 48 hours, then came home. So yeah, that was good fun. All right, family. So it was funny, in 23 days he'd caught... In 23 days he'd caught 10 fish. Then I got there on the 24th day and we got 27. So yeah, he actually ate, which was good. When Roland was alive, God bless his soul. No, away from there. I actually managed to wrap that around the pylon, fam. I haven't done that for a while. Yeah, Rex Hunt's a legend, mate. Do you know that he once took 21 marks in the game when he was playing for, I think it was Richmond or St Kilda? I think it was Richmond. He played, yeah, 21 marks in the game. That was when it was a VFL. Hey, Tipsy Max, how are you, mate? I got that message before. G'day. That's probably the best cast I've done, famo. We're going to sit here for 4 or 5 hours and just wait for the big one, fam. That's what we're going to do. We're going to wait for the big one. Oh, that was close. Bugger. That was close. That was really close. Bugger. The first brim that hit the bait was a really good sized fish. So I'm worried that it's going to take a little bit to get it to come back. But hey, once it goes and gets rid of its toothache, anything's possible. Yeah, thanks, Tipsy. There's going to be a lot more of it, mate. Tomorrow morning we're going to do a boat session. Oh, there, that's the one. That is the money cast, fam. Come on. Come on. All right, come on. That's a bit better. Oh, this is bigger. That's better. Not much bigger though. I think it was a different fish that hit the first time, fam. All right, this one here. Now the fish further upstream are a lot more bronze in colour. I won't run up there and show you because we need to let this go as soon as possible. But if we get a big one, I'll bring it up right close to the camera. Yeah, due to the tannin stained water, they're not as silvery. Closer to the mouth of the Blackwood River, they were quite shiny with a slight hint of light bronze. These things actually are quite olive and quite bronzy in colour because most of the water up here is stained from all the gum leaves and that sort of stuff. It's a special type of stain called tannin, right? Oh. How are you, mate? Yeah, I'm the least important person in the stream. The most important person is you that's watching. So what you need to see is you need to see where we're fishing. You know what I'm saying? So, boom. Well, we found the sweet spot out here, fam. We know roughly what depth they're at. We just got to wait for a big one to turn up. That first fish was a belter. Nah, small, come on. And that's what it's about. Oh, bugger. That's what it's about, fam. When you provide content, this is the content. The least important person in the stream is the streamer, right? As long as you can hear the streamer talking, well, you know that that's what you need, you know. But apart from that, you need to be able to see what's going on. And I'll give you a rundown of what we're doing today, famo. Right, so at the moment, normally when we fish down here, right, we tend to get a lot of the smaller fish, and then they get a bit bigger. So what we've got here, for those of you that are imperial, that's about 20 inches, probably a bit more, probably 24 inches. That's a size 2 short shank suicide hook. So with that, that's got the eye turned out. Okay, and then what we have is we have one swivel and we have a sliding sinker that does not have another swivel. I catch a lot more fish this way. I catch a lot more bigger fish. Normally I fish with a swivel here, so they set the hook, but when a big fish turns, right, if it turns and the distance between the two swivels is a shorter length than the length of its body, and it feels a slight bit of resistance, it'll just drop the hook. So hence we just use one swivel, okay? DJ, how are you, mate? Chris, what's a mudfish, man? Best bait for mudfish is chicken marinated in garlic and soy. Do you go fishing at Chinese restaurants, pal? Hey? Just before the sinker hits the water, you grab your spool and it flicks the prawn out. No, bream aren't a mudfish, mate. Not that I can remember what tastes like, because I haven't eaten one for over 30 years. But yeah, they're not a mudfish at all. They're a good fish. In these rivers that are salt and fresh, they work very well. Thanks, DJ. Good to see you in here, mate. Nah, bugger. In the East Coast, you're spoilt because you get yellowfin bream as well as the black bream. We don't get yellowfin bream here. We only get the black bream. All right, great. One more cast, fam, and then we're going to swap over to muleys in a minute. Let's go. That's probably the best cast we've done so far. Oh, okay. No, bugger. Gonna peel some prawn this time. Yeah, catfish like anything with blood in it because they've got such a good like sense of smell or whatever in the water, you know. Yeah, it's trying to, DJ, but it's still sort of like the late spring sort of weather where it can't make its mind up, you know. Yeah, we don't get mangrove jacks this far south, so we get King George whiting and yellowfin whiting. I found out the other day the biggest King George whiting was caught in South Australia and was 3.1 kilos. That's a massive fish. Oh, branches, great. All right. Well, we got peeled again. 3.1 kilos, that's what, 2.2, 6.6. That's nearly a 7-pound fish. Unbelievable. But South Australia does have the best whiting in terms of size and proliferation, you know, in terms of numbers. So we're going to have to go a lighter leader in a minute, Famo, so... That's a good cast. Elbow slapper, kidneys, your back, the whole lot, mate. You'd be knocked out. You'd have kidney damage from one of them. Yeah, that's right, Tipsy. It would be, I think. Okay. All right, another small one, fam. I tried a different pylon this time. So, is there? No. Bugger. Okay, well, that got off again. No, not close enough. I'll get the soft plastics out in a minute. Hey Paul, how are you, buddy? I think this might be a little bit bigger, Famo. Let's hope so. That's a bit better. That burley finally worked. Rightio. Okay, mate, come on. Not much bigger. Let me just wet my hands. They're just starting to get a bit bigger now. I'll just quickly show you what I mean. Right, look at this. See how they're more bronze in colour rather than silver? Back it goes. Excellent, swam off beautifully. They're just starting to pick up in size, Famo. Good stuff. Yeah, good, Paul. Oh, lucky the reels are made out of metal. Oops. That was close. Rightio. I got to bring that in front of that pylon, otherwise it'll just wrap us straight around. Let me just bring that in. Good. Let's see what we've got going now. Very small fish, that one. No, I didn't have a punt, Paul. Yeah, we don't get as many mulloway in the rivers as they used to years ago, fam. That's always a bit of a concern, you know. I don't think we have blue cod, Will, unless it's a different name. Blue cod are endemic to New Zealand, I think, Will. Is that another branch that's been put on there by a fish? We'll have a look. Nope. Good cast, that one. I think there's quite a few different sized fish around the baits. You'll sort of feel 2 or 3 different bites and then a little one comes in and snaffles it. Is that a little one in there or not? No. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, I don't really bother with it, Paul. I'm too busy, mate. I know it stops the nation and all that sort of stuff, but you know. Oh, blue and red cod. Okay, I'll look them up. All right, let's see what's happening there. Bugger. That's probably a little bit bigger, I think. Or not, no? No. A lot of small stuff. Hopefully just on dark they'll start to get a bit bigger. The most important thing is we're hooking them in the corner of the mouth, so that way we can get the hook out quick. See you, bud. Home's that way. Get the hook out quick and it doesn't hurt him as much, you know what I mean? Battered blue cod, okay. Probably not a bad thing, Paul. At least you got your money in your pocket. Better. Blue cod is only found in NZ, okay. No. Couple of very small bites then. Not even worth trying to set the hook. There it is. Feisty little fish. Don't think there's much size to it though. Hopefully it gets off before we get it in. Lots and lots of small fish in this river. Great sign of river health. No, that way. Just turn around and gone, eh, and then swam off. I think New Zealand has the best kingfish in the world, doesn't it? You guys get some absolute monsters over there. I mean, if you want to get serious about your trout fishing, you go to New Zealand, you know. Okay, well, if you want to catch a kingfish, I mean, isn't New Zealand the place to do it? Right. That's better. There's got to be a big bream under here, fam. Has to be. Oh, that might have been it, I think. There has to be a big bream under here, fam. A 20 kg is a normal size, mate. Just fish from there. No. Bugger. Why is my phone dropping out? We get a lot more kingfish in the south of the state. Oh, really? Well, there's a message there, people. That's going to be a tough one if we do hook anything. I'll just bring this out a bit and then see what's happening. Nope, not going to happen, is it? we go. Chuck that there. Just going to try and get a bit further. Oh, good cast, hang on. That got hit as soon as it hit the bottom, fam. And straight around the pylon. Knew it, absolutely knew it. Might have saved the sinker, then again we might not have. Let's have a look. I cast it and went, oh, too close. As soon as it hit the ground or the water, boom. No, we got it back. Don't know how though. Rightio, that's better. We got reception now. Everything's good. No, I haven't, Will. I don't, I don't like to swim and dive in the water, mate, because of sharks and that sort of stuff, you know, so, yeah, I'll pass on that. The one. Let's have a look. Bit of a different bite on that one. Oh, okay, you have a lot of problems with seals over there, do you, Will? Rightio, let's go again. Good cast. I'm happy with that. Now, just got to keep the way the current's going is it's taking the line into the bridge supports and that. Yeah, get it out of there, right. I think we just got that off the other pylon there. Oh, that's better. No. Now, what was that? I'm going to have to drop the leader on this rig in terms of poundage because a lot of the smaller fish are getting sucked into it, but a lot of the bigger ones won't go near it. So there's got to be a decent fish in here, Famo. Let's go. Very small fish there biting. DJ, yeah, there is tide, it is a tidal river. Very small again though. When I feel like a really small nibble, I'm not trying to set the hook. Usually the bigger ones, you know that they're on there because they just hit it straight away. Might try a little bit further out into the middle of the river and see how we go. Right, let's see if there's anything swimming around there that's worth trying to set a hook into. Oh, you still get affected by the tide, DJ. It just takes a lot longer to get up here. We're in Western Australia, Naomi. That's right, Paul. Okay, so no hits there. We need to get closer again. Okay, that dropped. As soon as the sinker slid down and hit the swivel, the fish dropped the bait then. Which is understandable, but mind you, it still got the bait though. That was a fair swap for it, I think. It's going to be quite enjoyable chilling out here for a few hours with you, crew. Hey Paul, what are your thoughts on the Twitch leak? Well, what are your thoughts on the leak, Donnie? What do you think of it? Everybody's got different views. I might have to move up closer to the camera, I think, Famo. I'm not getting reception on this phone to read chat here. That was a good bite. That wasn't a brim. I think that was more of a whiting. We might have to get our whiting rigs out, Famo. Rightio. Just give me a second, fam. I just need to check something. Just going to check kilobits per second, all that sort of stuff. Oh, that's pretty good. How's this holding up? Okay, that's good. Just give me a second, fam. Right, so that should be charging there. Let's just plonk that on there. Good. Nice. Is that holding up okay or not? Right, that should be okay there. What do you mean by background noise, Will? Do 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 do. Yeah, that actually felt like a whiting bite. All right. Just going to go in here for a second. And what you've got to do, famo, try and cast at every pylon. Rightio. Little small to medium sized fish here. Ooh. Just going to wet my hands again. Okay. That protects the slime of the fish. There you go, bud. Now, a lot of these fish are now just starting to get into egg, which is a bit of a concern because normally they've spawned by now, but because of the late season, right, they're just starting to produce their eggs and their milk now. I'm hoping that they're spawning. Yeah, that's exactly right, Will. Yep. And so if they decide to spawn during the school holidays, they'll just get ripped out of the rivers, famo, because people just come in and take them out, you know. Oh. Yeah, a lot of people have their nose out of joint, mate. Let's go here. Right, I'm going to do a very short range cast in here, fam. I mean, the funny thing was, you know, we had over 30,000 followers and we had some good streams, but I never, bugger, you know, I never like pushed it or anything. And we were 6,634th or something. So basically over 2 years, or that 2 year time frame, which roughly was when I got partnered anyway. I mean, it worked out in terms of support just over $1 per follower, but we put most of that back into the stream, you know. So I mean, I had a couple of donations too and that sort of stuff, but it bought tyres and rims on the car and I invested it in other stuff. So you've got to always put it back into the stream. Now I'm at the stage where with what that we've been doing, come on, with the technology and that sort of stuff, to actually get good streams, you know. And even here today, like this is a pretty remote area in the southwest, right? This is literally a bridge out in the middle of nowhere, and there's quite a few bridges along this river. And yeah, so tomorrow when I come back in the afternoon, I'm going to bring the antenna and that I bought, you know, because last year at JB Hi-Fi we spent over, I spent over 10 grand just at JB Hi-Fi, you know, and just upgrading the equipment all the time. And as you see this, right, this is going to be probably the second or the third last, well, that was a good hit, second or third last stream like this, because what I've done is I've got a new streaming setup coming and it's going to be a lot more professional, and I've just got to try and save up for the laptop. Once the laptop's here, there won't be the like phone being used for the streaming. It'll be something else. So But more about that later. I've got, the last thing I'm going to get is the laptop, and then I've got to make the framework up for the utility, where to put all the cameras. Then I've got to figure out how to toggle it. And eventually it'll get to the stage, you know, where we will have we'll have a screen within a screen sort of thing, you know. And then once that happens, we'll be able to get motion sensors, all sorts of stuff, famo, but we're nearly there. All right. Remind me to wash this lid. Whew, it's going to be a bit stinky. Let's try another short range cast in here. Ideally what you want to do, fam, when you're fishing structure like this, right, is cast at every single pylon. So on average there's 5 pylons per set. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 35, 45, 55, 60, right? So there's 60 pylons along here that you can throw 60 casts at from both sides of the river, right, where you've got a chance of getting a fish. And, you know, to find fish, you've got to find structure, and here it is. They call them bridge fish, whether it's freshwater fishing or brim fishing, there's usually always a fish under a bridge, you know. Yeah, but over the years, I've seen so many big fish come out from here. Just uncanny. It's like a magnet for them. But might not be today, but you know. That was a really good hit. That nearly ripped the rod out of the hand. Bugger. That was a really good hit, famo. That nearly ripped the rod out of the hand. Oh, sugar. I missed that one. That was a great hit. That was a great hit. Bugger. All right, so they are in a bit closer. Ah, damn it. Righto, we go again. Trying to get that alpha brim is the tough bit, isn't it? You'll catch hundreds and hundreds of small ones, but that one big one that's in that 48 to 51 size is the key. The holy grail for brim fishing in Western Australia, right, is a 50 centimetre fish. Some people have been fishing for 20 years or 30 years, and I know one guy, he's been fishing for 30 years for brim, and the biggest he's ever got is 49 centimetres, you know. Just trying to get into that 50 centimetre bracket is just, they are so rare. Right, that's the bait actually landed about, I'd say 5 centimetres from the pole or a couple of inches. So if there's a fish there, get ready. And it's the same old story. If they set the hook and you feel the weight, damn it, that was a small one, it wasn't the big one. You just got to try and rip it out. And fortunately, braid lets you do that. The old monofilament never used to in the old days. By the time you wound the slack up, the fish was already gone. And I remember when braid first came out, a lot of these people that would fish Perth around all the yacht clubs and that sort of stuff, and they would be casting underneath the yacht clubs and actually dragging out fish that they couldn't before. Bugger, come on. Is there another one there? No. Rightio, so what I might do, famo, now, I've had a couple of bites that felt like whiting bites. Right, so, let's go again. That was a really strange hit. It's definitely not a crab or anything like that. They don't come up this far. Let me guess, it's swapped my bait for a stick. Knew it. Come on. That was a very small fish, that one. Very small fish. I'm actually going to cast down to the end of the pylon now and see if there's a really big one at the end. The only problem is, right, when you do that, even if you do hook one, right, it can go right, it can go left, and you'll lose it. That's why I try and cast to the edge. That way, if it does try and go back in, you can usually load up on the rod and it'll arc its way away from the bridge. Well, that's interesting, no bites. Come on. There's the first little nibble. Come on. No, let's go back again. Okay, well, going to cast to the second pylon now and see what's in there. Now, everything's gone quiet under there, so either a bull shark has moved in or something a bit bigger, because these are the spots that I was casting to before and we were getting hits all the time. Now my baits aren't being touched, so something's put them off. Right, I'm going to go a bit closer to that pylon. That's really strange. I might be ripping out the Calcutta in a minute, fam, and chucking out a muley, I think. No, they're back. Come on. Very, very small fish. No. Righto. Well, we'll put a whiting rig on. We're trying to get some whiting, and then what we might do is switch over to muleys as baits, eh? Now what's happening here? Have we still got... Why is it going in and out of go live? Hey? Come on. That's really strange. That's horrible. Let me just bring the phone up here and then maybe we can reach it. Is that better? Now we're getting 2 bars. Okay. All right. At least if I leave that there. Yep, that prawn slime, as they call it. All right, so I'm going to head down here. I'm going to put a full tail on. I'm going to cast to the middle of the river and see if there's a really big fish underneath that pylon that I haven't cast to yet. All right, we're going to find out, I hope. That's the middle of the river. I think it's about 5 metres in there. So let's wait and see. Okay, that line's starting to straighten up. Something's taken the bait. Come on. You could use an 8-foot fishing rod here if you wanted to cast right across the river. But excuse me. Come on. No. Very interesting. Didn't even take the bait. Let's try again. And I'll leave it this time. That's actually a really good cast. Rightio, let's go up here. Good coyote, how are you, mate? Oh, we're just fishing a river here in the southwest of the state, and caught a lot of small fish today. Had a really annoying pelican. We've got one King George, not much. Now, everything's gone quiet, so either a really big fish has moved into the area or a bull shark or something. Don't know. Nah, not really, mate. I don't keep bream anyway, you know. So the King George we got was pretty small, but yeah. All right, so there was a little murmur there. All right, that's a small fish again. All right, let me just get this out of the bridge supports. I'll let this go and we'll put another bait on. So my way of thinking there, we had a little bit of a quiet patch with the bream, right? So a large fish could have gone through, whether it was a bream or anyway, my hands there or whatever. But the good thing about this, Stark, is we've caught a lot more smaller fish than big fish today, which shows that the river's in a healthy condition and it can sustain a good population of fish, you know, because the Collie River had that massive fish kill that I told everyone about, and we have like a lot of fish between 25 and 46, but we don't seem to catch anything in between, you know, or under, sorry. We don't seem to catch anything under. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast at another pylon, then come and grab a seat and read chat. That is a terrible cast. Get out of there. Oh, lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. What you want to do is you don't want to cast within Like you draw a straight line along each of those pylons. You don't want to cast to the right of it. You want to cast just to the left of it, right? Then that way, if a big fish does come along and hit your bait, when you set the hook, as it tries to arc in, you can get it to arc like away from the pylons. Well, that's the theory anyway. But, you know, good luck. Right, so there I'm about 4 feet from the pylons, so gives us a little bit of play, you know. Oh, that's right, Stark. Very true, pal. So there was a bite. I missed it. All right, let's see if it comes back. If it comes back, it means we've got bait left on the hook. No. Very small. Is it 7 minutes past 8 over there, Will, or 7 minutes past 9? Right, here we go again. Lots and lots of fish. Oh, are you kidding? Get off that bridge. That's a good cast. Let's come up here and grab a seat. Oh, 807, okay. All right, we've wound up all the slack in the line. There's virtually oh, there's another bite, come on. I tried to make that a smooth take, but no. Oh, we have got a fish on. It'll be tiny, whatever it is. Have we or not? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Come on. No. Tiddler. There was a bit of bait left on there because it took it again. They're quite partial to the old muley, the old BREAM. Nice. Very small fish, that one. Same fish. Same fish. And I mean, oh, okay. So it came back. Did it get off? Yep. What you find a lot of times with fish in this river, they tend to hit the bait side on, right? You very rarely get them flush right in the middle of the mouth. They usually get hooked on the side, either left or right. That's why so many people use offset hooks, including me. So, you know, right. Now, in about, I'd say, probably in the next half hour, I'm going to burley up a little bit. I want to try and bring some fish in, right? And there's no super fast flow here, so I know it's going to be fairly steady. Just had a bit of a cool change come in, which is good. Right, let me aim at this pylon. That's a really good cast. I'm going to stand up for this one, Famo, because if there is something close there. Okay. This is a smaller fish again that thinks it's a big fish. You know the ones? So I just wet my hands and let it go. Come on, little fella. They're such a beautiful little fish in the water. They look, I mean, if you didn't know that they were bream, you'd think they were redfin or something, you know. Righto, pal, in you go. Hey! Pooh, off like a rocket. All good fun, fam. All good fun. I went to find that other spot that I told you about before, but unfortunately there's too much water across the creeks, and the ute was nice and white when we drove down here, and now it looks more like a Dalmatian from all the mud. So all good fun. Probably a week or two before we can get into it. All right, let's hit up here. And the other good thing too, famo, about YouTube, you know, there's no alerts, no gimmicks, it's just content, which is just what suits me fine, you know. Hey Scotty, how are you, mate? Yeah, it is. It is, just lots of little ones, Scott. Nothing decent yet. So same old story. Oh really, Scotty? You've still got a lot of water coming out of the high country then. You'll need to give that a couple of weeks for the rain to stop so it clears out, mate. It's always tough when that's the sort of conditions early season, mate. Why is this minus 240? Why aren't we right onto it? That's better live. Come on. Oh yeah, it is DJ, you know, like yeah. It's like anything, you got to learn somewhere, don't you, you know, but I mean, I believe me, mate, I get asked to go back all the time, but you know, the answer's no. So good cast. Got to try and get as close to structure without hitting it. Oh. Okay, yeah, bull sharks are good fun, mate. There you go. soon as we get it in the right spot with the structure, they come out and hit it straight away, you know. Now I tried to drop the rod tip there to lose the fish. I'm hoping that got that fish. Yeah, got it away from the hook. Awesome. Nice cast. Now this is going to be interesting. If we do hook anything, it's going to dart straight out and then start straight back into those pylons. Oh, what is... Okay, DJ, that's interesting. So, explain to me what you mean by Twitch personality. I'm intrigued. Because that was the biggest problem I had. And I got told a lot of times, you know, you don't have a Twitch personality. And it's like, okay. I took it as a compliment towards the end. You know? 14 seconds behind. No, come on. Good. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, yeah. Just let me reboot this. So is he shot off around Australia yet? He was going to get a caravan and then just, you know, follow his nose, basically. Oh. Now, if I banned anyone then, my apologies. Huh? What do you mean moving to Victoria? Huh? Why would he want to do that? I mean, yeah, but I mean, Queensland's a lot different to Victoria. Yeah, but that's why he was going to get a caravan. He was going to grab a caravan and, you know, ball out, as he said, and travel around the top end of Australia. How are you, MP? Welcome to the stream, bud. Oh, going to Victoria as it's colder. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, Shook needs to do his own thing, mate. He's a free spirit, you know what I mean? That's what everybody tunes into him for. He's one of the few rare people out there that just say stuff it and does something, you know? Hey, Jai, just small ones today, Jai. Tomorrow we're going to try and get some big ones. We're going to do a fly fishing session tomorrow, you know what I mean? Maybe he should try Cairns or somewhere like that. The fishing up there is next level if he can get to Cairns. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, nice one, Jai. Congratulations, mate. I can't remember the last time I did that. I should really be down at Pemberton in the next week or two once this rain drops off, but, you know. Oh, are you from Cairns, MP, or? Whoops. Oh, really, DJ? Oh, that's a bit sad. Cairns is meant to be lovely. Cairns is meant to be like the tropical paradise of Queensland. That was a good bite. So why did he do more driving than fishing? Okay, it's his business. Mate, if I went to Cairns, they'd have to just bloody sedate me with a tranquiliser gun to stop me fishing. Imagine going to Cairns and fishing. Whew. Oh, okay. Opening up 11.5 gigalitre reservoir in Adelaide. Okay, what's the name of that, MP? What's SHIOT? Oh, I have never heard of that as a fish. I mean, if I was Scottish, I would think that was shite, but I'm not, so. Happy Valley Reservoir. Okay, so how long have they had it stocked for? Stocked, same thing, I guess. Yeah, I hope to get back to Fraser again one day, fam. I'd love to go there. Always had dreams about fishing Fraser, and then it happened, you know. Wow. But they put more in March. Okay, nice one. You're going to get down there and have a fish, MP? Because the way fishing's going, fam, you know, with populations and that sort of stuff, reservoirs are going to become more and more important in Australia. Yeah, that other spot I went to, there was too much water over the road, so I didn't drive into it. Oh, good on you, MP. Glasgow Rebel, how are you, mate? Go for a walk, bike, kayak. Sounds like a great lifestyle, MP. Glasgow Rebel, how are you, mate? You good? We're just fishing for bream here. I've got plenty of spots down south like this fam on the Warren River where they've got bridges and that sort of stuff, but that's rainbow trout, brown trout and redfin perch, and unfortunately you don't get any signal there. So that puts a big damper on things. Right, we're gonna hit the burley soon. Get them all in nice and close, just on dark, which will be good. That's a great cast. Yeah, good Glasgow Rebel. What's going on? A rebel never tells. Lots of small fish here, fam. Lots and lots of small fish. It's a strange noise. What the hell's that? I hope so, Glasgow. It's about the only thing that's going to save them. We've had a very, very long winter here. There's more water in here than there has been in years, Glasgow Rebel. So that's what saved the fish in here. So I don't know about lockdown and that sort of stuff. Right. Now, what I'm going to do, famo, I've got some pilchard burley mix. So as soon as I run out of these coral prawns, I'm going to get some pilchards on here. May as well give this lid a wash for a second. Hang on. Yeah. Let me just get all the grime and slime off this. A really good thing to do when you've got a an esky like this, or a cooler, however you call it, wherever you're from, is glue a chopping board to it and then cut it out the same size as your lid. And then what happens is you can just replace the chopping board, you know. Actually, what I might do, might just leave those on the ground for now. Then we'll swap to muleys when I get the muley burley out. And then it's all systems go. I haven't seen any fish coming close yet, so okay, so I've peeled the prawns, so it's more like McDonald's for the fishies. Right, let's go. Nice. Cartoon head, mate. Jim, mate. All right, now this might be a little fish that thinks it's a big fish, or it could be, I think it's a bream. It's a strange bite. Let's have a look. Rightio, come on. Now notice how I'm not trying to force the fish, right? So if this fish wants to go, I'd let it go. Just wetting my hands not to damage its protective slime. Out it comes. We've caught so many small fish today, fam. Really good sign for this river. See you, bud. No, that way, that way. And look, if you fish for bream and other fish and you use crustaceans, you know, shrimps, prawns, whatever, right? Always peel the shell off the hook, because what'll happen is it allows the hook to set instantly. The moment you leave the hard carapace of the prawn on the hook, it can cause the hook to foul, and a lot of times the hooks won't punch through it, so the fish can really latch onto the bait and you don't even have a chance of setting the hook, okay? So, I'm just going to cast along this bridge here. Right, now what I'm going to do, this is just called parallel casting. So what it'll happen is, my fishing rod is going to go backwards and forwards, parallel to this bridge, so that we don't get snagged, right? So it's more of a question of distance than placement. So here we go. Nice. So see what I did there? I just cast along the bridge. Now I'll step away from it. Right, let's see if we can get another one. Now the other thing we're going to start doing on this channel too, fam, we're going to start promoting physical wellness and mental well-being as well. So we're going to start doing bike rides in the morning and live streaming it once I can figure out how to do it. Right. So if you're ever worried about casting at structure, go and stand next to it. Right, go and stand next to the structure, and if you go straight backwards and forwards with your rod, you'll never hit the structure. And then it's just a question of depth, you know. What happened there? What is that? Oh, what happened there? Out. Nah, something's taking me up. Now that's really strange. I don't know what happened there. We got taken under some sort of obstacle. So, I mean, I'm going to drop to 20 pound fluorocarbon. I'm actually using, wow. Oh, that's because I'm turning side on. So, whatever we got stuck to there, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some 20 pound braid on. But first things first, fam. Right. It's time. Right. It's time, famo. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I'm such a feral when I'm in my four-wheel drive. You should see my four-wheel drive, fam. It's just covered in snot and loving it. When I was driving along before, I saw a couple of tyre tracks, like deep rivets in the road. So I hugged the side. As I went through, the left-hand side of the car gripped in the mud, and then the right-hand side of the car was on the side, and it was like that. So being an adult, I buried it, and I don't know how I didn't wipe it out on this stump that was on the side of the road. Righto, fam. Okay, now it's time to bring them to us. We've had our fun. A little bit of Johnny Young wafting in the background there. Oh, that's ripe. Oh, yeah. What I want to do is, you sometimes get whiting this far up. I want to burley some of the little buggers in. And what we're going to do I want to get him in really close. This is probably going to take about half an hour to bring everything in. Oh, I could eat that. Oh, I could eat that. Right, so what this is pilchard muley burley bucket pellets. But, in saying that, they work just fine when you chuck them in the water without a burley bucket. All right, let's change that hook and let's get on with it. Excellent. Beautiful. All right, I need a little hook. $22.95 for 50 metres of fluorocarbon. Really? They saw me coming. Yeah, here's that bloke again. Yeah, quick, double the prices. Excellent. Got him. Yes, got him. Right. We'll get some soft plastics out in a minute, fam. Now the other thing is too, famo, never lose the enjoyment in what you do in life. Fishing doesn't matter whether you catch fish or not. What matters is whether you're enjoying it. Okay, so that's it. Let me get some scissors. So this is what we've done. Right, we've put a fish-based burley pellets in the water. We'll start using some soft plastics and flicking them around, and hopefully what we've got is fish hanging out on the edge of the burley, and when they see the soft plastics they'll think it's the fish that we burleyed up with. So let me just change this out. Yeah. No, we took the boat back, Glasgow Rebel. The deal was we had it for a year or 200 hours or whichever came first. So it was the year, and that was part of the sponsorship. But with COVID and that sort of thing, mate, because there's just Audi line. No, I'm talking about leader, not so much the main line. Just out of interest, fam, to let you know, when you buy braid, all the cheap braids are what's called a 4-strand, because with braid, it's a multi-filament fibre they wind together, right, to make a line. So the cheap stuff is 4 weave or 4 wrap. Slightly better is 8. You can go up to a 20 wrap, which is like a little rope, and they're sensational. A nice glass of Johnny Walker Blue made in winter. Now and then I have had the odd toddy. Right, but you know, got to be careful, mate. You Scots are a tough breed, I'll give you that. Absolute toughies they are. Remember, never leave fishing line or rubbish at spots, fam. Leave it cleaner than you found it. And MP, if you're fishing for stuff around structure, right, that's fine as a braid, because you know that you're going to get absolutely belted from pillar to post anyway, you know. So you don't need to buy expensive braid. A lot of people sort of make a big deal out of buying the most expensive out of everything. I don't get that, you know. All right, now it's time for a little hook. Oh, shh. Getting old, eyesight's, oh dear. Come on, there we go. There we go. I was going to do some rock fishing today, but nah. Oh, that's exactly right, Glasgow, you know. Only leave footprints, mate, and take the memories with you. That's all you got to do. You know? So does everybody like the camera angle and the setting, fam? Is that good? Are you happy with that? Now remember, okay, I am the least important person in the stream. You don't need to see me at all, right? What you need to see is the setting, how it's being fished and all that sort of stuff. I might zoom in a bit more. All right. Let's go with that. Okay, that's probably a little bit better. 2 bars on the phone, 4,999 kilobits per second. All right, so what I've done is I've got a few bits of prawn left. Watch out, flies. As the flies try and devour the prawns. Okay, we're now going into sort of like the twilight part of the evening. Speaking of twilight, who here remembers the great the great Keith Stackpole? He was such a funny commentator, personality plus, you know. I can remember he was commentating the Wacker one day. Was it the Windies in Australia? And he's like, yes, shadows creeping across the Wacker. Batsmen not knowing whether they should go forward or backwards. Yes, we call this the twilight zone. And one day he was coming out of the commentary box and he was that wiped out, he tripped and dropped like a cup of beer. He's kicked it, it's spun and it's landed perfect, and then he's had a drink and the crowd's just gone mental. That's what commentating is missing nowadays. Righto, fam. So, what I'm going to do is, I have burleyed up here quite extensively, right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to start forming a bit of a slick. The fish are going to start swimming up the slick, and then hopefully they'll bite the bait. I think we are sort of heading towards a drop in the tide before it rises again too. Not that it really should affect it this far up, as the water level hasn't changed that much, but it does have a little bit of an impact. Well, that bait got hit as soon as it hit the water, fam. All right, I'm going to swap over to muleys now. Let me just use the last of these prawns. Once again, I'm going to do a parallel cast. Like I said, if I run the rod in a straight line behind me and in front of me, I won't hit the structure, so I can sit here, right, have a little practice run. Beautiful. Grab my spool, and what that does is that'll flick the bait out. Beautiful. So now what we do is we wait for something to bite the bait, hopefully. Okay, so we got another little fish, famo, which is good. All right, that didn't last too long, did it? Now that I'm baiting with the pilchard stuff though, I'm going to use pillies. A lot of my big bream have come from pillies. Excellent, I dropped the rod tip, the fish got off the hook. Brilliant. Right, so now let me get these scissors. I'll get to chat in a second. Do, 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 do. All right, let's get some pilchards out, fam. A lot of my really big bream I've caught on pilchards, or the West Australian muleys as we call them, you know. Oh yes, these are just ready. A little bit of the tail, and what we can do is we can use the main part of the muley, okay, for tailor and that sort of stuff tomorrow. All right. Lovely. Let's cast this out. I'm going to do another parallel cast. Right. Great. That's exactly the same distance that I was standing from the edge of the pylon. So let's see what chat's up to. Oh. Hey Dan, how are you, mate? Oh no. No, not at all, Donnie. All right, so we've got a snag there, fam. Or what have I got, a stick or what? Let's have a look. Okay, so that's interesting. So it was the sinker that got caught. Hey Jimbo, sorry mate, but I've uninstalled PUBG for the last time. No more PUBG for me, Jimbo. I'm done. Absolutely done. It's IRL or bust, yes. We've all got to grow up sooner or later, Jimbo. Plus, I don't think my computer's right for PUBG, mate. It's too slow. Oh. Yeah, Jimbo, no caps, mate. Honestly. Let's go there. Nice, good cast. Oh, nice one, Dan. Oh, just don't enjoy the game, Donnie. Like a lot of times, Jimbo's already on the screen where they're running around and mine won't load for another 15 to 20 seconds. So, yeah, over it. Not interested. What's there? No, cartoon head, that's not it at all. You know that. Stop being such a sook, Jimbo. I'm telling you. Jimbo, stop being such a sook. All right? Just no. PUBG's not for me. There you go, it rhymes. Let's leave it out there. You're not a bad teammate at all, mate. I was playing the other night after we finished your stream, Jim. And like I shot someone and went to run off. The game brought me back to where I was shooting at someone and then they killed me. And it's like, nah, I'm done. Jimbo, you can assume the position elsewhere, mate, all right? I'm not like that, Jim. Oh, yeah, something like that, DJ. It's called try not to stuff up, you know. I can't. Oh, that was a good bite. Oh, good bite. Come on, come back. Oh, tell me about it, mate. Righto, fishy. Another bite. Very small fish, though. Come on. I don't think the YouTube bot likes you, Jimbo. I've still got some muley on there. Come on. No. Hawks supporter, Donny. Did Clarko leave the Hawks? Oh, did they? Okay, so who's the new coach? All right, Cartoon Head. No, you're the legend, mate. Thanks for giving up your time to come in, bud. All right. Thanks for giving up your time to come in, Jimbo. Always a pleasure. All right, always a pleasure, Jimbo. Right, good work. So, did I put the hooks? No, did I put the scissors inside here? Let me look. Hey, bit mature for you, Jim. All right, another nice bit of muley. I'm going to do a short range presentation now. I don't think I need to do long range as I've got all this burley here. So let's just go in here. Lovely cast that, I must say. All right, let's grab a seat. A little bit side on. Oh, that's right, DJ. My biggest problem is, mate, I still can't get my head around like a computer screen. Chessboard, yes, because everything's like, you know, 3D. And you know where everything is. On the computer, though, hopeless. So whereabouts are you, Dan? You on the East Coast or in WA or what? Oh, yeah, for sure, DJ. No arguments, mate. Don't do that. Lovely, let's chill out. The only noise that you hear is the odd vehicle coming past and your own heartbeat, you know, so it's great here. There's that first bite. Come on in again. Come on, bud. No. We had a couple of bites and nothing now, so I think the bait is gone off the hook. The bridge, this was built last century and pretty early, mate. This is actually one of the early man-made bridges down here. I think it'd be a lot older than 50 or 60 years. They've even got like the rubber strapping around the wood, you know, so, oh, there we go. All right, let's grab a seat. Hey, that's right, Dan, you were too. How are you, bud? I forgot about that. Welcome, Dan. Good to see you. Nice to see someone else that enjoys nature as much as we do on here, mate. Well done. How are you, Dan? Just do me a favour, don't give out the location, okay? Because one thing when you stream, you've got to sort of look after your privacy. So if you recognise the bridge, that's great, okay? And welcome. How are you, pal? How's the revegetation going? You got any tips for me hair or what? Or do you only specialise in land? Oh, it is DJ. It is. I've got some really quite spectacular bridges down south that were built by hand, even some of the really old ones that are crisscross. There's about 7 of them, I think, along the Warren River where they cross over. 7 or 6, I can't remember, but every single road crossing on the Warren River, I know it. Okay, I've even got a bridge that's dilapidated that is one of the original bridges that one of the pioneers built originally in the town in the southwest, so... A lot of water down here in the basin. Dan? Yeah, let's try there, that's good. I tried to get into an old spot down near the Scott River and the road's just covered in water. There's an old marshland down there. I don't like driving through water on a road or water in the bush unless I've got someone with me to tow me out. And half the time when you drive along, the only time you know whether you can actually drive through it is if you drive through it, you know. I think we've caught over 40 fish today, Dan. Oh, there's another little bite. That was a little tiddler. Whatever that was. Oh, come on. And this river's quite wide here too. I don't know whether you can swim across it, but... Now, did that fish take our bait? I'm just very surprised we haven't had some more bigger fish here, you know. DJ, a lot of the really big black bream that I've caught over the years have come from here. Okay, there is another spot further up called Warner Glen, right? That has a lot of really good fish too, but mainly in the hotter months. So half the problem that you've got when you're fishing for bream and that sort of stuff is figuring out where the fish are in the river. I am actually going to cast out the Calcutta in a second and see if we can stick a hook into a mulloway, but no one's caught mulloway this far up for years, you know. So unfortunately, mulloway were one of the casualties of the original netting in the early days, mate. They were considered a bycatch and they just, you know, netted so many of the big, beautiful fish that they are. That's why we don't catch many now. Just before that hit the water, I grabbed the spool and flicked the bait out. No, salt. Jesus, I felt the ground shake then. Harry, how are you, mate? How's that PS5 going, bud? Bugger. Lots of small fish, which is not a bad thing. Good, Harry. Yourself, how's married life, Harry? Oh, congratulations, Harry. Huh? What the hell happened there? Oh, don't tell me on stream, Harry. Ring me or send me an SMS. How do you know it was a he, Michael? Yeah. Michael is right. They can't do that, Harry. You need to write a letter of complaint, mate. That's rubbish. That's discrimination. All that sort of stuff, segregation, you name it, they're doing it. I think tomorrow what I'm going to do, fam, is I'm going to have to show everyone how to make a homemade backpack. You can do it cheap, right? You don't need to go out and spend these thousands of dollars on backpacks. Don't get sucked into that rubbish, okay? Now, I've deliberately cast out into the middle of the river there, just seeing if there's anything swimming in the main channel, okay? Can't believe this. Thanks, DJ. Yeah, I'm just trying to cast out into the middle. Just there's a channel that runs down the middle of the river that all the boats go through. Just seeing if there's something big sort of swimming around down there, you know. Same old story, famo. Fish are where you find them. You know, every 4 or 5 feet there could be a different fish in this river. You just got to go out there and try and find it, you know. If I had the kayak, it would be out there now. I was going to rip the soft plastics out. We'll do that in a second. Yeah, so tomorrow morning, hopefully, fam, we can go out for a fly fishing session in the morning and try and get some bream, you know. I need a couple of days off. Poof. Busy. Oh, now that was interesting, right? We've gone out into the middle of the river. There was nothing, and out of nowhere, boom. And that was a much bigger hit than anything I've had under the bridge. So we might be doing that again. The hair, yeah, Dan. It's a bit like that 90-year-old that goes into the doctor and asks for Viagra. And the doctor looks at him and says, sorry, mate, it's designed to cure the living, not raise the dead, you know? So... This spot here, it's almost as if it's been caught in a time warp, fam. This bridge has remained unchanged for years. Okay, and it's one, oh, the only thing is more erosion has set in, but I'm sure Dan can understand that more than most. And yeah, you know, like it's like it's in a time warp. You come back, it's the same, you know. Now that is a little bit of a Cadbury cast, the old glass and a half, you know. Ah, what a lovely day. Oh, yeah. Spent Brass, how are you, mate? Yeah, the boat got handed back in June as per the agreement, right? Have you seen the new movement that that Mr. Beast on YouTube is doing? It's called Team C's. Dan? Google Team C's and see what they're trying to do. So DJ, my neighbour had this South African vinca that's invaded the yard. I took out 2.5 trailers of this vinca and mixture yesterday, mate. Well, I took out really 2 trailers and I dumped half a trailer back over their place. So you should see down south, Dan, around Pemberton and that. You drive along the bush tracks and people just dump rubbish on the bush tracks. So DJ, next week we're probably going to start the garden, mate. I've just got to get the brush cutter out and hit all the weeds off the pavers. Then I'm going to turn the soil and we're in. I'm actually thinking of getting a few chickens for the backyard. Oh, mate, it's this vinca that sends out runners much like vines. I thought Tarzan was going to start leaping through the trees, you know, and then it just wraps around everything like a knot, you know. Just waiting for that one big fish to come along, fam. Oh, okay, Dan. Oh, really? Okay, spent brass. Yeah, I've lost count of how many times I've filled the ute with plastic trying to get rubbish out of a spot. Yeah, that's true. Really? Wow, okay. That's not really a title you want to own, is it, Dan? Top 10 for erosion. All right, there's a little bite. That wasn't a very big fish at all. Oh, that was a good fish, damn it. Oh, as soon as I set the hook in it, it dropped the bait. Oh, it's all right, Jimbo. You've just been fishing 6 hours for that one moment and you blow it. There was a very tentative nibble and I went, okay, here we go. And then as soon as I went like that, I tried to do a gentle take thinking it's a smaller fish. But no, it wasn't a smaller fish. It was a bigger fish. Great. Hey mate, how you going?
G'day. Were you talking to yourself?
Sorry?
Were you talking to yourself?
No, why?
Oh, I just thought I heard you talking.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Oh, you're recording yourself?
No, I'm streaming.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm streaming to YouTube and broadcasting it.
Oh, cool. Oh,
Yeah, so I'm not crazy. if I was in the bush and I heard someone talking to themselves, I'd be, yeah, hey, it's only, you only have to worry if you, they answer back, mate. Yeah, so we stream through that phone. We stream through that phone and then I read chat on another one.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a pretty high-tech setup, but I've been doing it for a while now.
And have you got sort of like followers, have you?
Yeah, I was on another platform. We had about, what was it? We had about 30,000 followers and 4.2 million views in 3 years.
Wow.
But then that was going south, so then I went to YouTube, which I should have probably done a lot sooner. Just much better, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, much better platform. So, on quite a few different levels. Oh.
Pretty impressive piece of water, this, isn't it?
Yeah, the Blackwood River's lovely, mate. So,
This tidal, is it?
yeah, so basically the tides usually reach here 2 hours after the mouth. So when it hits the mouth at about 7 o'clock, it reaches here about 9 o'clock.
Right.
So lots and lots of small fish in here, the odd big one. But yeah, it's quite a clean river still. We've had a very good winter as well. So there's a lot more water in here than normal. So it's just going to give it a really good flush. So that way it'll give everything a chance to sort of come back. This is the sort of winter that we used to get in the 70s. Then it sort of dried out to the mid 80s, 84 and 85 was really bad. That was like probably at that pylon over there. And then we've just tried to, you know, it's just, they've only been keeping records for 100 years.
Yeah.
So it ebbs and flows. Even the old cockies out at Boyett Brook and those places, they used to work out of like 3 good years out of say 7 or 8.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you know, you didn't have it good all the time. So,
No, I'm hearing you. I live in Townsville and
oh
we
yeah,
get one good wet season every 7 years.
every 7 years.
Yeah, and everybody goes, oh, you live in the tropics. And we go, well, we sort of don't, you know, like Cairns is the tropics.
Yeah.
You know, we don't. And,
But Townsville's more inland, isn't it?
no, it's on the ocean, but it faces north.
Oh,
It's got
does it?
magnetic island, so the ocean, the weather sort of busts off the ocean, into
Right.
the ocean, and then crashes back in around Ingham 100 k's north.
Oh, okay.
So all of those places are nice and green, and they get flooded and all sorts of shit, and we get nothing.
Well, that's interesting that it faces north, though. You wouldn't really
It's
have
one of
that.
Very few cities. Everybody thinks it faces east, but it doesn't. It faces due north.
So you've got like a, like what they call like a rain shadow and that sort of stuff over here then if you face the north.
Yep.
We've got one of those down here. Between Albany and Perth is a couple of temperate lines, very slight differences. So, for example, Augusta is a beautiful part of the world and it's fairly green. And if it's dry here,
Yeah.
it's worse further up closer to Perth.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, further north you get.
Yeah, and
Oh,
it doesn't
that's
take much. It doesn't take much, you know. So, and where are you travelling to tonight?
Here, I was hoping somewhere around here.
Oh, well, if you just drive
Yeah,
up a
no,
bit.
I went over there. There's that many people.
Oh, yeah, that's why I've come down here.
It's so popular. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, it's just, yeah, it's just one of those.
Looking at the flat spots over here rather than be up on the road.
Yeah, the only problem is if they catch you up here, they'll bust you.
Oh yeah.
But that rarely happens, I guess, so
Yeah.
it's just pot
Oh,
luck.
mate, look, I've been in so many places. Like I've been on the road since 17th of February.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been in so many places with these nasty signs, fines apply, and all of this sort of stuff. But you've got to ask yourself, who's going to bother going out there to snatch one person, you know?
Oh, you'd be surprised, mate.
Yeah, I know, where they've got nothing to do.
You know, I mean, Deepore and that sort of stuff, they're trying to close up the bush. Like I went down to a spot today that I fished years ago, and it was down a road, drove down the road, they blocked it off.
Ah,
I went, oh, I'll go the next road.
yeah.
Drove down the next road, that's blocked off. So then I drove down the old way, and they put a gate across.
That's happening everywhere though, it's not just happening
Oh.
in the West.
You know, and I can appreciate that's a bit better.
There's a lot of- you've got to be allowed to do something, surely.
Oh, I don't know what the story is, mate, because, you know, I mean, it is state forest and, you know, people say, oh, we pay taxes and all this sort of stuff, which we do, but I just don't know why they're trying to close it off to everyone. And then they have the signs, you know, there's camera surveillance and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, great, you know.
Yeah, it's a big brother thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I'm just casting at the pylons here. Lots and lots of small fish in this river. We've caught and released over 40 today, I think.
Okay.
Just
I'm
out
not a fishing person, so
Oh, okay.
yeah, I like looking at rivers.
They have a lot of
You can swim in this one, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, you could. Just watch out for the bull sharks.
It'd be cold, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, but you might come back a Catholic mate if the bull shark gets you.
Really bullies this far up, are they?
Yeah, they go right up to Warner Glen, they reckon. Yeah. There are.
They're an issue on the Gold Coast at the moment.
Well, the Brisbane River, where they have those like housing developments and bugger, and that they have them right in amongst all those golf complexes and that, don't they?
Yeah.
And not little ones too, 4 or 5 metre. You know.
Places like Bigger Waters on the Gold Coast, you know, they've got houses all the way down the creeks.
Yep.
And boats and people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And bull sharks. Oh
The
yeah.
philosophy is that they don't live in my lounge room and I don't live in their ocean.
Yeah, but the thing is too, like in WA a little while ago, the local or the state government, I think it was when the Libs were in, they like they were baiting all the great whites and that.
That's right. Yeah.
And trying to cull them, and there was a huge uproar, you know. And it's simple: if you don't want to get bitten, don't go in the water.
Don't go in the water. Don't
And
go
swim.
near water. Yeah.
You know, that's just.
Quite happy with that philosophy.
Oh, the funny thing is, pal, like with shark fishing's one of the easiest things to do. Bloody the water up, put a dirty great bit of hunk of bait out till they come up, right? And you'll hook one. And there's nothing more mind-numbingly boring in my book, and this is only my opinion, than hanging on to something for 4 or 5 hours, you know?
Until it exhausts itself.
That's right. And then, you know, the carbon dioxide builds up in the blood, the lactic acid builds up in the muscles, then they swim and it dies anyway.
Yeah, and you can't eat them anyway.
No, you can't eat them. What's the point? You know, we were out in the boat last year and we saw it about a 4.5 metre tiger shark, and it was more fun watching it in the water.
Then trying to catch it, yeah.
Oh, and I mean,
absolutely.
the amount of people that said, "Oh, can you catch a great white?" And it's like they're protected. And how do you accidentally catch a great white? You don't. You've got to target them. They're too big a species.
Yeah.
You know. Remember Vic Hislop?
Yep.
You know, he had the mentality that sharks were a mistake by God.
Yeah.
And he was there to correct it.
Yeah. Weird, yeah.
Very.
Anyway, enjoy your day, mate.
You too, sir. I hope you find a camping spot.
Oh, fine, mate.
Yep.
Probably won't be here, though.
Oh, yeah. A little bit more out of the way might be a bit better for you. Safe travels.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
You're welcome. Oh, Wild Huntress is here. Hello. Travelling through, DJ. Poor bugger thought I was talking to myself. How are you, Wild Huntress? Oh, I haven't heard from you for a while. I thought you found a new victim. No. Excellent. Are you feeling better, Wild Huntress? Yeah, and I mean, but that's the sad thing, isn't it, Dan? You know, like I'm actually going to bring the esky right up here and I'm just going to sit back and relax now. You know why? Because I bloody well can. But that's the thing, isn't it, mate? You know, and apparently one of the biggest offenders is a lot of people are sort of buying these, you know, new Butte four-wheel drives on the mines, then heading down to the bush and just destroying it. So they're closing everything off, you know. I mean, it's just very frustrating, you know what I mean? I try and provide content, so why would I try and damage the habitat, you know? Yeah, he did, DJ. Seemed like a nice fellow. I'd be worried too if I walked into the bush and had a guy talking to himself. Should have seen the look on his face, poor bugger. Nice one, Huntress. I'm really glad to hear that, mate. So I've hoped you've enjoyed the stream today, fam. I mean, we haven't caught any big fish, but that's the good thing about this fishery, because it's so healthy. There's a lot of smaller ones around, you know. And look, I use size 2 hooks and I use big baits, because if a big fish comes along, it'll just hit the bait and you'll have no problem with it taking it. And a lot of the strikes that I miss are fish that are too small to take the size 2 hooks, which suits me just fine, because we're not hammering small fish just for the sake of it, you know. Let me just put this away. I'm just going to chill out, actually. Well, what's the new in word? Chillax. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Okay, another big bait. If I stayed here tonight, something big would swim up here, but we're not going to do that. That's a good cast. Woo! I've got my casting mojo back, fam. I didn't realise this, but I never knew there was so much in these companion eskies. Look at this. Isn't it? Excellent, DJ. I'm glad you're in here, mate. You always add a lot of spark to the stream when you're in here, mate. Thanks for giving up your time to come in. Isn't it, Huntress? Oh, dear. I mean, how could you even use chillax in context? I mean... All right, so we had another bite again. Well, Huntress, I can look. I'm not saying that you're going a bit soft in your old age, but that's very unlike you, Huntress. Right? I didn't imply that you're getting soft in your old age at all. Right? So if you take it that way, that's your choice. But you know. Oh, is she laughing? Because if she's not laughing... I've been taking it easy on you. You're not well. Oh, poor thing. Hello, Mr. Blueflow. I might even get out those soft plastics that we were talking about in a minute and just have a cast. Nice little cast there. Well... Oh, such a beautiful environment. Western Australia has so much to offer people. Oh dear, she hasn't been fed today. God, we got off lightly, chat. Now that was a bit better. Come on. Come on in again. Oh, now that wasn't a brim, that was a whiting. That wasn't a brim. We're going to do up a whiting rig, fam. That wasn't a brim, that was a whiting. I think there's King George out there. I think this burley started to work. Yes, I think this burley started to work, famo. Excellent. That was not a brim bite. Normally when brim bite, it's like whack. That was like brrr, like a whiting. Lovely. And the reason why they're not hooking up is because the hooks and the baits are too big. Let's get another one, and then we'll put out some whiting rigs, catch a couple. I'm actually surprised we survived that. If she hasn't eaten yet and she's hungry, and we were sort of offending her, they could have gone pear-shaped rather quickly. Whoops. Oh, that's a bit bigger. Now that's the fish we were waiting for all day, famo. That's a bit bigger. Did you hear that drag kick in straight away? All right, this is the fish we've been waiting for all day. Might need the landing net for this. Oh, don't. Might need the landing net for this, fam. Oh, don't. Oh. Remember when I said the bigger ones are going to come up later in the day? Oh, good fish. Good fish. Look at them. It's a big blue nose. Hey, hello, old timer. That's a bit better, fam. Remember when I said we'd burley up and they'd come in? Here we go. A beautiful, big Blackwood River bream, fam. Have a look at that. Beautiful, big Blackwood River bream. Beautiful. Someone clip that, eh? Back it goes. Told you the muleys would work. All right, timer. Quick. Go and keep the species going. That's the way. See, mate? Yes! Now, remember when I said if it's a nice big bream, it'll hit the bait straight away, which is exactly what it did. So, all good fun. So, good work. Let's get another one. Now, traditionally at this spot, the last couple of hours before dark is when they come in. So from here on in, I'm hoping that the fish are going to be a lot bigger. That's why I've been using bigger baits. So the little fish will hit it and won't get hooked up. We don't harm too many small mouths with the little fish. As soon as the big ones turn up, boom, they're onto it, okay? Denny, how are you, mate? Good, Loey. We've caught heaps of fish today. We just got the biggest fish of the day. I didn't even bother to measure it, okay? And the good thing about it is, Famo, you can always, I called that the big blue nose. You can tell the ones that sort of live around structure, they hit the structure with the snout to dislodge muzzles and all that sort of stuff, apparently, okay? Oh, hey, Donnie. It's only new, mate. So I don't even... Actually, I take that back, fam. I don't even know whether we can do clips on this stream yet. I don't think we can because we're not partnered. Sorry. My apologies. False alarm there. Right, so what we did is we scattered a packet of prawns all over here. Then I got some pilchard, scented burley mix in pellet form and scattered it everywhere. And within about an hour, we started to get the bigger ones like swimming up the burley trail. So, and Loey, thanks for coming in, buddy. Good to see you, mate. Oh, Donnie, we're actually going to be partnered. If we keep going the way we're going, we should be partnered in the next couple of weeks. I need to get, I think about 40 hours of streaming should get us partnered, mate. So that's what we're trying to do. But can everybody appreciate how hard it is to actually catch fish live on stream? You know, anybody can fish for 10 hours, catch 2 horse fish, then edit a video. But to do it live, totally different world. You've just got to, like, I don't have a comfort zone, right? And so I'll come down here and just do what I know. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, at least we're being honest, you know? Right, let's see. Denny, how are you, mate? Welcome, buddy. And you got to remember, fam, above all else, it really gets frustrating when you see these people catch a fish and they'll dump it on a hot deck and leave it there for a minute or two while they brag about it. That's not fishing, right? That's only fishing for the moment, not for the future, right? So, you know, I got, oh, that was another little bite. So see this, little nibbles and that, good, let them take it. Let them take it. Right, they're not going to set the hook, which is good. Now that's interesting, fam. I just saw a huge bow wave out in the middle. It was like something swirled just under the surface. Now, if I didn't know better, I would say that's a river mulloway, famo. If I didn't know better, I'd say that was a river mulloway. That's exactly right, Loey. Shade and structure, mate. That's exactly what we've got here, you know. So this could be any bridge in the southwest on a saltwater tidal river. Okay, and we're just doing the techniques that we know, famo. All right, that's what we're doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put another big piece of muley on. Loey usually brings good luck to the stream. You know, he only just popped in and we got that big brim. Right, that's just behind all the burley that I put down, fam. Yeah, you got to be careful, Donnie. The YouTube filter is different to Twitch, mate. There's got to be another good fish out here, famo. There has to be. If there's one, there's others. Okay? No, that was another small one. And we've got everything here, Loey. We've got the bridge on this side, and that's what we're doing. We're just casting at the bridge. Steady, steady, you know. And I've lost a lot of fish today. That's because I use bigger hooks and bigger baits so the little ones don't get hammered, and that's why I left further downstream. We were getting fish that were that big, it was embarrassing, you know, and I don't just try and catch fish for the sake of, you know, content. I try and catch, you know, good fish to show everyone, you know. All right, so that got hit straight away. There must be another big fish out there, fam. And this is what normally happens. Just on dark, they'll start to come out, right? In my younger days when I had my little Volkswagen, right, I used to drive down here and sleep down here with bells on the rods and everything. And, right, let's get a bit of burley in there. Oh. And once you figure the fishing out, fam, you're usually pretty well sort of onto it, you know. You can tell what size fish are sort of roughly biting and that, and You know, that's a good cast. The really big bream, when you hook them, they swim towards you. It's one thing I've noticed, like the really big fish, you know, like the 50 centimetres and that. For some reason, they'll hit the bait and then they swim straight at you. If they've been caught before and released before, you know. Now it's gone quiet again, so my sneaking suspicion is that there is a larger fish out there. I don't know what sort of larger fish. It could be a little bull shark, it could be anything, but it's out there, right? That's why they've quietened off. All right, that should be charged by now. Let's just chuck this on here now. All right, we're going to charge this phone. And the other thing is too, notice how we got that bream when we went down to 20 pound leader. I would actually fish here with 14 to 15 pound fluorocarbon, okay? And you should be okay with it. But you know, as soon as, oh no. As soon as we went down to 20 pound, the fish started to come out in bigger sizes, you know? All right, so. And when you set your drag, you want to set your drag so that you can just pull line out with it, you know. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go, out and just expand the view a bit, because I'm hoping that we start to get some decent fish in here, you know. This is the time, the witching hour as they call it. That's probably a bit better angle again, I think. And what I'm going to do later on, fam, is later on when I get things organised, I'm going to start doing some advanced fishing technique tutorials, right? So what we'll do is we'll just get our act together, right? Start getting some decent fish. But, you know, this is lovely, isn't it? We're all sitting down here. Well, there's that wind that's coming up. And we're getting continual catches and we're getting good fish, you know. All right, now that was a much smaller fish, right? Oh, have I still got it? No, surely not. Let's have a look. I'm hoping that I pulled that out. Oh, its mouth, yep, sure did, excellent. Right, I'm just going to put it in close because that's where all the burley is, you know. Is chat working, fam? Can someone just type something in chat so that I know it's working? Because I'm worried I might have... What's top chat? Hang on. Live chat. That's better. Hey, Tim Potter, how are you, mate? Welcome to the stream. Nope. Oh, someone's a bit bitter. Oh, that was a good hit. Straight under the pylons. Damn it. This grass is like bloody rope. Oh, that's because yeah, we are going to do some crabbing again. I am going to do a nighttime beach fishing stream, fam, but what I want to do is I just want to get this laptop so I've got my streaming setup sorted. Then once I've got the laptop sorted out, you should see this new streaming setup that I've got, famo. Right, the new streaming setup that I've got is just fantastic. I'm dying to use it, but like I said, the last thing I need is the laptop, which I'm going to get sorted. That's a nice cast. What was your old username on the old platform, MP? If you don't mind me asking. Right. Empoik, hey mate. Oh, that's a bit better. This is just a smaller fish again, fam, but it's a little bit bigger than the others we were getting, you know. Oh, where'd you go, you little bugger? Wet my hand so that we don't disrupt its protective slime. Come on, mate. Nice, clean hook up in the corner of the mouth. Let that go. See you, pal. Off you go. Go back and grow 100 times bigger, then come back and pay us a visit. Be nice if that was how it worked, wouldn't it? I remember Empoik, but I don't remember the other one. Ah, nice big bait. Big bait, big fish, big hook, as they say. I really appreciate you giving up your time to come in and watch the stream, fam. That's what makes the difference. Okay, and we haven't got all these silly alerts and that sort of stuff, but onward to partner, and I really appreciate your support. Okay. And the thing that gels with me really well with YouTube, it's the corporate stuff that gets it going. You know, they don't hammer people like the old platform. So, come on. UK sea fishing with Big Dan. How are you, Dan? What's going on, bud? Welcome to the stream, mate. So whereabouts are you in the UK? If it's sea fishing, are you in like Cornwall or somewhere like that, or what? It's what YouTube needs, more big blokes like us, mate. MP, that doesn't bother me, mate. I don't really care about Prime subs. And the other thing is too, right, Prime subs aren't free, buddy. Right, you pay for Prime subs because you register as an Amazon client or whatever. Yeah, Vault, I came back, mate. We've been streaming for about 3 hours in this spot. Good to see you, mate. How are you? And yeah, that doesn't faze me at all, right? So yeah, Prime subs, least of my interest. Okay, let's try a smaller bait. Oh, you're on the East Coast. Okay, mate, how's it going for you? So where would that be? East Coast. Is that like, what's the East Coast? Bournemouth? Is that East Coast? Brighton? Or Brighton, as they say? That's more south, isn't it? Now this is going to be an instant hookup because I put a much smaller bait on. So let me just wind up the slack. All right, I've just felt the sinker slide down and hit the swivel. There was that first bite. It was only a little fish, luckily. No. Let's try again. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. So where did I lose that piece of... Oh. Probably get one more bait out of that, I think. Hull, okay. Yeah, Hull Kingston Rovers, aren't they? Welcome, mate. How's life treating you? Are you well? No, yep. Yeah, Vault, we got a very big brim before. A lot of people call them blue nose or oyster crackers. Just got to be careful on the way home tonight for kangaroos and that, so. All right, so this one's, they are getting bigger towards the afternoon, fam. Come here, bud. Okay, another nice little bream that's been hooked. Well, it's not little, it's probably about 25, but anyway. There we go, back it goes. Don't need to keep them out of the water for any longer than we have to. That's shot off beautifully. That burley certainly is working, famo. Nice one, mate. No, mate, I don't. No, I've never used one of those roo whistles. I don't know whether anything like that would work, to be quite honest with you. So, when you're saying cod, you mean ling cod or? Yeah. And I know people. Did you, Jake? Well done, mate. Congratulations, Jake. I hope you let most of them go, bud. Yeah, I have put a lot of bait out here. It's a pity we couldn't go to the other spot, fam, because the other spot is much better than this. The other spot where there was too much water over the road, it'll be 2 weeks before we get there, okay? Similar to Ling. Okay, mate, good work. The most number of fish I've caught in one day from around here, fam, and release was a couple of hundred, but that was in the early days, you know. So our 2 biggest fish have come later in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. So tomorrow, famo, when we do the stream, I'm hoping to get a stream in. We're going to be doing a fly fishing stream from a boat. So that should be good fun. Right, come back. I don't think this is a big fish, whatever it is, so let's hope. 20 brim's a pretty good effort, mate. Crowfield, how are you, mate? Welcome to the stream, bud. What's going on? Yeah, I think at the other spot we can get reception, fam, but, you know, getting in there is a hard bit. That's a good cast. We're about probably 2 feet from that pylon. So, this is one of the few places when you get a big fish, when you hook it, your line reverberates like a guitar string. That's when you know they're really big. Yeah, good, Crowfield. Oh, well, you stuck to your bag limits. Excellent, Jake. Just remember, mate, on this stream, like, my views are my own. So you stick to bag limits, good on you, mate. If they're legal size and bag limits, that's all you can do, bud. Congratulations. But when was the last time you got your bag limit of 20 like that, Jack, before you watched the stream? Thanks for coming in, Crowfield. Good to see you, mate. Okay, now, this is the time of the night where everything goes really still, and then you just feel like this cold breeze sort of seep over the river, right? And it's going to hot up in the next 15 minutes to half an hour. I had this really annoying pelican today, fam. God, it was a pain. That's exactly why you don't feed birds when you go fishing, because they just become worse than dogs chasing a tennis ball. You realise if you're out fishing and you have a depot officer around and they see you feeding a pelican, you can get fined for that. You're not meant to feed the wildlife, you know. Especially pelicans. What a prick of a bird. It's like an industrial-sized seagull, you know. Rightio, I'm just going to chuck this out again and then just quickly run off. Wow, that was one hit there. I'm still trying to get whitebait, fam. I haven't really had any decent whitebait for years. If I can get some decent whitebait for tomorrow's trip, that'll turn like a fishless trip down at the mouth in the salt into a trip with lots of fish, because everything eats whitebait in WA. Rightio, I'm going to tempt fate here. Now that sounds like a lawnmower or a moped. Great cast. Just excuse me for a second, famo. Be back in a second. Has that charged yet? No, it's still stuck on 87%, which is a bit of a concern. Now remember, fam, in Western Australia, there's a 2-rod limit. Okay, you're only allowed to fish with 2 rods maximum any time. So we'll get the old Calcutta out. Well, it's not really old, it's still fairly new. I love that reel. You couldn't even catch one. Really, Jake? Well, congratulations, mate. But just remember, once you've learnt the secret, always stick to your bag limits, buddy. And even if it's like 20, you only need enough for a feed anyway, mate. Once you get really good at catching fish, eventually you'll feel sorry for them, all right? Now, what we're going to do now is, I'm hoping that we might have a little river mulloway or something like that swimming around in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bait half a pilchard, right? And tomorrow we may well be taking the same rod and reel out to cast at Taylor, fam. I'll show you that tomorrow. There we go. Let's get this out here. Right. That's a nice little cast. All right. What we'll do is we'll just plonk that down there. Right, turn the ratchet on. You never know what's going to hit that, fam. Hopefully it tries to drag the chair in with us, you know. Yeah, why not? Just leave it like that. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay. Oh, in the Blue Mountains. Nice one, mate. Well, the Blue Mountains are on the east coast, Dan. We're on the west coast here. Bugger. Hey, famo, something took that bait. No, you're joking. Surely you're joking. The line was laying on the ground. The line's been picked up by something. Excuse me? Something's hitting it. I don't know whether it's a big brim or whatever. That's getting hit. Come on. Oh, that was getting hit, fam. So's this, for that matter. Just what I need, 2 rods at once. Oh, shit. I've got rods going off everywhere, famo. Oh, that was a good fish. Oh, get out of there. No. Oh. I dropped both. Absolutely belted, fam. That was a big brim. Oh, that was a big brim. Oh, no, actually that wasn't. That was a little whaler. Rightio. Time to go out a bit deeper. You want to learn reef fishing? Okay. Well, good on you, Jake. It's good that you've got an interest, mate. It's better that you're doing fishing than other stuff, which is, let's just describe it as antisocial, for want of a better description, Jake, okay? All right. Righto, fam. The gloves are off with the Calcutta. Oh, don't do that. So much for the gloves being off. Best part of the day on the river, either early morning, just after the sun comes up, or just before dark, before the sun goes down. Glad to hear that, Jack. You've got the bug, mate. Welcome to the club. You're welcome, Jake. There's the bite. 2 quick bites in succession, fam. What's the time now? 5:15. Hey T Dunn, how are you, mate? Have I ever swum to catch a fish? To be straight up with you, mate, I don't remember. I might have done when I was younger, but then again, I can't remember the last time I had hair either, so it's not really saying much. Now the other thing too, Famo, with the campfire cooking and that in the shire that I'm in, right, that's actually, there's a ban on open fires from November the 2nd. We're going to have to move further south. The ban on the fires there is November the 22nd. So we'll just get back to that. Someone's got the old farm dog on the back of the ute. And look, people, thank you very, very much for giving up your time to come in and watch the stream as always. Okay, it's free to watch the stream. All you've got to do is just tune in, that's all. And look, if you're new, Famo, please subscribe for free. Click that like button and turn your notifications on, okay? It makes all the difference with the YouTube algorithm. I was a bit busy with work for a couple of weeks there and I dropped off. So, you know, I really appreciate all the support. Oh, have you shared our stream? Oh, Dan, thanks for that, mate. Once we get partnered on YouTube, Facebook is the next challenge. And congratulations, Jake. That's awesome, mate. The fact that you had the confidence to go out and try a technique that you've never tried before, and you've just watched some big bald-headed bloke from Western Australia do it, and it's worked for you, and you got your bag limit. Congratulations, mate. That's all you can hope for, isn't it, you know? Paul Newman, how are you, bud? Yeah, mate. So tomorrow what we might do is we might do this boat stream in the morning if it happens. And then after that I'll do some rock fishing for something different. We'll give the Calcutta a whirl, you know. Oh, it has, Paul. I enjoy doing this, mate. This is how I relax, and I just enjoy interacting, you know, with the stream. You missed a funny one before, mate. Some poor bloke came up. He goes, mate, are you talking to yourself? I went, no, I'm streaming. All right, we've still got this bait on here, which is good. Let's just bring this in here now. Why has that gone a bit silly? What are you doing, pal? Oh. All right, got a bit of stomach oozing out there. Nice. Scared the life out of a couple of ducks, so that's okay. Now the other thing too, people, I've got to really reiterate, whatever you do, look after your fishing tackle. Don't abuse it, right? It's like your car. Your car's a valuable asset. This is all an asset, you know? And if you look after good quality gear, you'll pass it on to the next generation, okay? So that little qualia reel there, who we're sponsored by, right? If you want to get yourself a good quality product that's affordable, go to the Qualia Reels website. Okay, type in Australis at checkout and you'll get 10% off, all right? Excellent. Jake, last year, we were sponsored with a boat last year, Jake, on the old platform. We caught and released probably about 1,000 fish in the boat, mate. Now, fam, there's a really large bream out here. Whoops. I haven't kept any fish, mate. So, yeah, I've had a few keepers. We got the biggest fish of the day about half an hour ago, I think, so, but it got let go. Yeah, it's a labour of love, Dan, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the clip, mate. If you go back in, or in the VOD, it'll be in the VOD. I'll have to do a couple of thumbnails for the streams later. So, now this is interesting. So we put a big muley bait out there. We had a hit, Yeah, Paul, I can't figure it out, mate. You know, like some people, they'll get a new car and that sort of stuff, and all they want to do is just flog it to death, you know? And then they get shitty when it sort of breaks down, and what do they think's going to happen with it, you know? Righto fam, now what happened was we had a really big brim that just hit this pilchard bait. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trick it, right, and I'm going to cast out the smaller rod with a partial pilchard bait, and we should hopefully hook it. Why does this keep locking? That's a lovely picture, isn't it, fam, you know? And I've only got that in 720p, not even 1080p. Oh, dear. Right. Rightio. Right, we should get an instant take on this bait. Right, what I'm going to do is, because I've got the structure here, I'm going to cast it 45 degrees, right, to the exact same spot that I cast with before. And just before... Now, Jake, and whoever else is interested, whenever you're casting a rig that's got a sinker between you and the bait, about this high off the water, grab your spool so it flicks your bait out and your sinker lands first and the bait trails behind it, okay? Because you could possibly get a hook up as the sinker is dropping the bait to the bottom. Yep, and if I had the line tight, I probably would have hooked that fish. It wasn't very big though. Come on. Come on, little fella. Yeah. WA pilchards catch everything, fam, I'm telling you. Absolutely everything. Right, so the big fish must have got shied off before. Let's get that down there. If you've got a sinker down the bottom and the bait's between you, different story, cast as far as you can. Because as soon as the sinker lays down on the bottom, you've got direct tension to it. But when you've got like the sinker here, right, and the bait here, when they're going through the air on the cast, it's usually the sinker that's going first, and the bait will be trailing because it's attached to the swivel. If you do grab your spool, what'll happen is it'll put tension on the line, right? So that line will pull through, and then it'll hit the swivel, and then as it hits the swivel, it'll straighten out, which will cause the bait to flick around, right, like so. And then when you've done that, because you've caused the bait to flick around and it's actually in the correct position for what you're trying to do, right, what'll happen is the sinker will actually drop like that, and then the bait will trail behind it like that, so they don't get tangled, and you can hook your fish straight away. Okay? No, MP, it's not the whiting rig. This is another one. I tried the whiting rig before, but there was one problem. There was no whiting. So, what is it? Quite often the best laid plans of mice and men or some rubbish. Someone had a few terps and then they said, oh yeah, we just make up a saying so everyone thinks I'm smart. Right, that's a really nicely presented bait. Hard-working farmers coming back from a day rolling hay. Yeah, with a whiting rig, MP, the sinker's usually down the bottom and you have 2 dropper loops between you and the sinker. That's the best way to go with whiting, because whiting are a very, they've got a bottom shot mouth and they're used to grubbing on the bottom. So when they hit, it's like a machine gun, you know, like brrr, a bit like that just hit then. Right. And then you need to have it so the sinker's down at the bottom and you can keep tension on the line, and that way you can feel the bites. The other way, it's a bit different, you know. And when you're fishing out in a boat and out in a reef, you always have the sinker down the bottom anyway. And people, I'd greatly appreciate it if you liked today's videos. And look, if you're new to the stream, we are trying to get our hours up so that we can get partnered. We've only got about 1,000 hours to go before we're partnered. I'd really appreciate it if you checked out some of our other VODs, right? It just all goes to the accumulated time so that we can get partnered. And once we get partnered on YouTube, we're going to start live streaming on Facebook, okay? So you've got a lot to look forward to this year. We've got a big freshwater season starting up. Someone's got the old chook chaser. We've got a big freshwater season coming up. The good spots don't have reception, so they'll be VODs. Mind you, there are a couple of spots that I can get phone reception, and if I can get a stream going, I will. Right. Dan, this is a mixture of both. It's called an estuarine system. So estuarine usually have salt down the bottom and fresh up the top, and it has a mixture. So what'll happen is, Dan, with the salt water coming in from the ocean, it'll push the fresh water back, and it'll have a certain section where the salt's going over the fresh. And then when the salt water recedes, the fresh water pushes back, you know, and yeah, it just depends. In winter, this is predominantly fresh water right the way down. Oh, that was a good bite. And again, please, that would be rather nice. Come on. No, I don't think that's a fish. Nope. Vault, I have got a lot of that stuff planned. I've got a lot of fly tying planned. I've got a lot of rig making, knots and all that sort of thing. Because look, if there's anyone out there that's thinking about doing streaming on YouTube or whatever, the secret to YouTube is you've got to put content up once a day so the algorithm recognises you. I've failed miserably over the last few weeks because I've had a week break between some streams. But, you know, it's my own fault. It takes about 15 minutes of footage to get 4 or 5 minutes of good knot tying footage. And that's what I want to start doing. So, you know, I'm not doing any more gaming unless I get out the retro console, and I'm going to do knots and rigs and all that sort of stuff, you know. I think so, Dan, if it's all right to call you Dan. In America, they call them silvers, but I think your whiting are a slightly different species. If you Google yellowfin whiting Western Australia and King George whiting Western Australia, you'll see the species we're trying to get. Dillikins, how are you, mate? Nothing like a bit of English banter this time of day, is there, you know? And banter is a very fine art, fam, right? I would love to come back for the mulloway here. Yes, I am going to do a lot more instructional stuff, fam, but what I want to do is I just want to get the live streaming out the way so we can get partnered. Then once we get partnered, then I can start doing all the instructional stuff, because I mainly just want to get partnered for the community, and the fact that when we left the old platform, we had quite a few people that critiqued us, right? And not in a good way. Really, Dan? I don't know, mate. We're up to 1,600 subs, I think. I'll double check in a second. It was 1,601 at the start of today. I'll just have a quick look. Let's see what it's on. But mine get purged all the time. We're up to 1,605 subs, which is great. Thank you very much for the support, everyone. But yeah, my sub count goes up and down like a yo-yo, Dan. You know. But I wouldn't. Don't base yourself on numbers, pal. That's the worst way to do it. Just put your content out there and just enjoy what you're doing, which is the key, you know. So, you know, enjoy what you're doing, which is the key. I was lucky because I was on another platform, Dan, so I brought a few people across. And, I mean, we've really only been streaming to YouTube since July. And what are we now, November, and I haven't been doing it properly, so. Oh, hey, Wayne, how are you, mate? Thanks, pal. How you going? Yeah, I think as you sort of get more, you know, prolific with your streaming, I should be doing something every day on YouTube, fam. I know that. The guy that helped me out with it really hammered me over it, you know, and he's dead right, because, you know, when we, that's a good cast. I'll tell you what, catfishing's an art in the States, isn't it? You know, the techniques that those people have, and the noodling forum's quite interesting, you know, reaching into a hole that could have a snake or a catfish in there trying to bite your hands off. And if I can offer some advice, Dan, don't worry about how many people are watching or whatever. You just do what you do, right? It'll all work out. You can't sit there and go, oh, I didn't have this many, because you'll never ever, you know, be satisfied with what you're doing, and it will come out in your stream. It'll come out in your tone. It'll come out in your temperament, and people will pick up on that, which is what you don't want to do. You just want to be yourself, do what you're doing. Don't worry about the numbers. Don't care. Even if it's one person that's watching, that's one person that you've got. That's you thankful for that, you know? Oh, really, Wayne? Oh, it is Denny. And then they have those big snakes. Tell you what, those chook chasers are loud, aren't they? That's a bit better. No, Chris, we gave that back in June as per the agreement. So the agreement was we were going to have the boat for 12 months or 200 hours. We ended up doing about 140 hours in the boat. We took it to Karratha, had a good time in the boat. You know, we caught everything, Samson fish, jewfish, snapper, western blue devils, the whole lot, you know. And yeah, a big thank you to our major channel sponsor in Millard Marine. They're awesome people down there. I still take my car down there to get serviced. They have a top mechanic there as well. And with COVID, there's no supply, fam, you know. So I don't know if we're ever going to get another boat or anything like that. But, you know, whatever happens, happens. But that doesn't define our content or who we are as a stream. Personally, I'd like to buy one as a, you know, show of good faith. But I think that might be a few years off yet, you know. We will find out one day, Paul, because if worse comes to worse, I'll probably paddle out there in a kayak, mate. Brian's well, okay? Brian's the biggest Samson fish I've ever seen. He was huge. He even had the big growth at the back of the tail that only the big ones get, you know? Fingers bitten by muskrats. Wow. No, it doesn't suck at all, Chris. You should be thankful for what you have, mate. You know, not what you never what you don't have. And I mean, I was very thankful and very lucky that we had, you know, a community that supported us. That oh, that's terrible! I just dropped another good fish. A community that supported us to give us the numbers to go out and get the sponsorship. You know, because that's what it's about. It's about the community. You know, we had the figures and that sort of stuff, but the only problem is, you know, I don't think Twitch was the right platform for that sort of thing. Oh, okay, Big Dan. The Australian record for King George whiting is 3.1 kilos caught in South Australia. I don't know whether yours grow that big. If they do, good luck to you, because they're a good fish at that size. Whiting are a 5-star eating fish, fam. Okay, that'll do for there. I did a comparison the other day, you know, like we've had some YouTube, like we've got 1,600 subscribers on YouTube, right? And we've had some of our VODs that have had 500 views. I did a lot of comparisons on my old stream on the old platform. I looked at one stream the other day. There was a streamer that had 85,000 followers, right? And we've got 1,600 subscribers and we've had 500 views. They had a little clip up on their YouTube and on their Twitch, and it had less than 100 views when they had 85,000 followers. So I think a lot of times with Twitch, the numbers are like quite convoluted, you know? And then, whereas I do think that the numbers on YouTube are real. And to be quite honest with you, I've had more, positive talks with people. Oh, I don't know, Paul. Oh, jeepers. I haven't weighed or measured all the fish that I've caught over the years, Paul, because that's not really important to me, you know. I mean, I've caught brown trout as long as my arm. That's the only way I could measure it, you know. I've caught redfin perch that were easy, like 20 inches or 50 centimetres. And I mean, I'm 51 now, mate, so I actually don't remember. But, you know, we've caught sharks and all sorts of stuff. I don't rip the scales out or the tape measure. I go, yeah, nice fish, let's fillet it and all that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? So, well, that's the funny thing, Chris, you know, yeah. See, the thing is, Paul, with that, it's all relative to fish species. So if you said to me, Jim, what's the biggest, you know, like rainbow trout you've caught, I could say, oh, easy, 65 centimetres or 66 or whatever it was. If you say, what's the biggest brown trout? I go, yeah, it was as long as my arm. That's the only way I measured it, you know. And then bream, I have caught bream that were up around the 50 mark, but once again, I never took a really accurate measurement of it, you know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was 50, okay, or 51 or whatever, but my dad's caught bream at Walpole up to 53 centimetres long on a hand line in the old days, so, you know. Oh, sorry, MP. Yeah, but I mean, MP, I'll put this to you. How do you know that Twitch aren't doing it, bud? Just to make themselves look good. You know, that's one thing a lot of people don't ask themselves. And the other thing is too, when the Twitch leak came out, right, everybody was banging on about how much the streamers made. You've got to remember Twitch made that as well, right? That was only its top 10,000. Lovely cast. Oh, bugger. That was a small fish though, it wasn't a big one. That was a big fish, you would have just taken it like that. Well, I mean, we got to be realistic, MP, you know? I mean, and seriously, no one's, you know, when I've applied to quite a few different places to do streams in different places, fam, right? So we've got a stream coming up at Rottnest in about probably the next 4 weeks, if I can get it together to get out there. Rottnest is a national park, so you need to apply to live stream there. They treat it as commercial filming, right? And you've got to do that and fill out the necessary forms and all that sort of stuff. There are a few other places around the state like that. And the biggest problem is, hey Glenn, how are you, mate? Welcome to the stream. We've been targeting black bream and King George whiting and yellowfin whiting. Didn't get any whiting apart from one, which I let go, but we've just been targeting bream today, Glenn. So what's happened is I got a really nice, I call them blue nose bream, because when they bump their nose and that on the muscles on the pylons and that sort of stuff, they end up getting a bit of a lump. Okay, so, you know, I don't even know how many fish. We've caught and released a lot of fish today, famo. We've caught and released a lot of fish, okay? So, no, there's plenty of quackers on the mainland vault. Down near Pemberton in the Carry Valley and the the Black Point Basin, there's lots of quackers. They're quite large too compared to the island ones, but the island ones that you always see, because they're quite tame and they always like selfies and that, you know. So, oh, that's right, Glenn. So we've caught and released everything today, fam. All right, we've released everything today. You know my views on bream fishing and that sort of stuff. They're such a slow growing fish. I don't need to eat them. I can't even remember the last time I ate bream, you know. G'day, how you going there? I'm not talking to myself, I'm streaming to YouTube, all right? Some poor bloke went down and he goes, mate, are you talking to yourself? I went, no, it's okay, let me explain.
We're in the presence of a YouTube star.
Oh, no, not at all, mate. No, nowhere near it, okay? Everybody thinks of Dr. Disrespect when they say that, and they're right, because he is a star, you know? I'd like to become the Dr. Disrespect of fishing on YouTube, you know what I mean? Yeah, you too, have a good day, eh? Oh, right. What I might do one night too, famo, is I might, so you can make traps for wildlife and that, and you use peanut butter as the bait. But if I did that, I would be deemed as harming native animals, and I could actually get a lengthy fine, a big fine, and I think you can even go to jail, I think. So I just have to be pretty careful with that. But there's nothing stopping us walking around in the bush at night. Ooh, that was as soon as that hit the water. At night with I've done it before with a big jar of peanut butter and then a spoon, and then you just put it on trees in different parts, and the possums would come down and eat the peanut butter, you know. So yeah. Actually, that's very interesting. I wonder what Dr. Disrespect or Guy Beams or whatever, I think it's Guy Beams is his name. I wonder if he's following through with his action on Twitch, because that was a real sort of, yeah, that was a bit of uproar. Now Tim the Tapman's come across to YouTube, and a lot of other streamers have left the old platform to come to YouTube, which is a message in itself, fam, you know. So it's a message in itself. I mean, I wouldn't go and put my finger in a possum's mouth, Vult, but you know, we've had some funny moments on the stream. One night I went out trying to find possums. So I saw one and I started running around after the tree after it. And then it must have started coming back the other way. And as it's run towards me, it's gone, ah, and I've gone, ah, right? And then it's just jumped around and we went around the other way again. It was so funny. Then the poor thing went up the tree, you know? It was bloody hilarious. Timmy, dobry wieczór. Suflo na baba. How are you, mate? What's going on? Oh, good fish. Oh, no. Oh, no. It dropped it. Oh, vrago da izeri. Timmy knows what that means. Ah. Oh. Okay, now, absolutely belted, fam. See how that hit that on the side, right? And see how that's crushed that? That was a big bream, okay? And I mean big. Right, so, time to regain the composure and focus. Right, we're going to get it. Remember when I told you a lot of the bream come out at night here? It's just one of these spots. Okay, it's all right, Timmy. So, oh yeah, I hear you, Vult. Now, MP'd, I personally don't like to get close enough to a possum to smell it. Okay, so being nocturnal, you're probably better off getting that into the possum than the front, mate. No disrespect intended, right? Because the front, you might have had your face bitten off. They're a bit nasty, you know. All right. Okay. Now, Timmy will understand. If I was 70 and of Macedonian descent and dropped a bream like that, I probably would have yelled out, but the ebam pitchkati machina. Right? But I didn't. And that was more of a situational gag that Timmy will understand and probably wet himself. But the moral to that story is it doesn't matter because I still lost the fish. Oh, what happened there? So why have we got a knot in the line? Come on. I thought I had a heavy enough sinker. What happened there? Oh, don't be like that. Now, this is what's happened. Because we've been fishing today and catching so many fish, this fire line's been getting an absolute belting, right? So I think Timmy's laughing so hard he can't actually type, which I probably would be if it was a reversal in that situation, you know? Come on, bud. You gonna get through there or not? Oh, no. No. Right. Let's have a look. So what's happened is, right, I've had a knot that's come up in my line, right? So what I need to do is, let me show you a little bit of a crash course, okay, with braid. Now, braid is a really good line, but it doesn't have the abrasion resistance of monofilament. So see here on this braid, where we've got a couple of light strands, that's where it's worn through. Okay, so what I need to do here, right, now you're all going to have to help me with this, right? Hope that dog hasn't seen a snake, because the tiger snakes on this river are massive. What's happened here? Oh, we've gone and tied ourselves in knots. There we are. And that's what'll happen when you've got a little bit of a tangle. You know, you'll get the fish of a lifetime. You want to try and bring the line through the guides. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to teach you how to do a bimini to braid join out in the field, fam. Right, now this is the best way for me over the years from what I've learnt to join braid, so I'll show you how to do it, right? Now, what I'm going to do too, right, so that's, I'm actually going to change the whole shock leader, right? Now, doing it at home, you know, in your garage or in your office is easy. Doing it out in the field's the tough bit. So what we're going to have to do is a new bimini join. Now, that's fluorocarbon, that's too expensive to get rid of. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that. All right, Vault, thank you very, very much, mate. I hope they get to sleep nice and easy, okay? Right. Family's important, mate. Don't worry about the stream. All right, famo. So, remember, never leave line at fishing spot because it kills everything. Okay, this is going to go straight in the car. And you can see where we've caught so many fish today. See how this fire line, which is the original black fire line, is now grey, okay? So, let's see how good we are at doing knots, because this is the real test. As I said, not in your garage or at home. We're out in the field now. This is the late part of the day, right, where it's what people call the twitch, or the witching hour or whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a little bimini twist. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30. You can usually tell when someone's not confident with a bimini twist. They do about 5 wraps. We've just done 30. So what I'm going to do now is, right, when you do a bimini twist, it's all about working with a tension in your line. So what I'm doing is I'm using the camera mount. I'm going to bring this back here, right towards me. I want a fairly long bimini twist here. Oops. Yep, see that it started to form without even trying. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to bring this little V back, right? I'm going to get this all nice and tight and bunched up in here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work with a tension of the line and try not to kill the camera mount, right? What I'm going to do is this. I'm just going to spin this around this main line here like this, okay, see? So what's happening is we're working in the same direction towards the knot. And what I'm doing is I'm just winding this tag end, right, around these knots that I've formed by twisting this line into a loop. See, there we go. Right. So what's happened is now we've reached the the fork of the knot, really. So I'm gonna do like a little double hitch here to lock in the right hand side. Right. Now remember, when you work your knots, take extra care with your knots, fam. Okay, I shouldn't have done that double because it's going to bunch up. So what I'll do is I'll do the single. Right, and now what I'm going to do, famo, okay, for want of the better part of luck, I'm going to do that in here. See here, what I've got is I've locked both sides of these loops in. So what I'm going to do now is, while I clip this into my camera mount here, okay, like that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little triple hitch in here, right, to lock both of them in like that. Okay, this is only 20-pound braid, so it's as thin as 6-pound line, right? Okay, that's the first one. And what we're going to do is we're just going to lock another one in, right, and do it twice. Especially, sorry, on the monofilament, right? Because that's when you can lose your line, okay? So here we go. I'm just going to bring that in now like that. Okay, and what we've done is we've managed to form the knot. We've managed to tease that knot through, whammo. So what we've got is a really good little bimini twist, see? And the tag ends coming off perpendicular to the knot, which shows we've done it properly. So let's go and put that away. Right. Now what we're going to do, okay. Hey Bamboozled, how are you, bud? Thank you very, very much, Bam. Good to see you here, mate. Keep up with the fly time, bud. Right. Now, put that in the pocket. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the original shock leader. Right. Now this is the best way that I've found to join braid to monofilament. So, you make the loop, right, the same length. You put your shock leader like that. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Put your shock leader back through the loop, like so. Hey, what are you doing there? Don't do that. You've got to get your knot the same length. Okay. Why is that gripping? That should not be gripping like that. So what will happen is your line will start to sleeve around the loop like that. So what we have is we have a perfect little join, see? Like that, see that there? There's your perfect little join. So what we do now is we just get that the same length. Oh, don't do that. Like that. Okay. Now to finish this off, you've got to do a couple of like double hitches or triple hitches, however you want to go. Me personally, I do triple hitches and I do 2 of them because unfortunately, monofilament and braid really don't get on well together. Okay, and if you don't do this, you'll find that your knot can slip through. Right, there we go. And then what I do as a little bit of insurance, and when you're doing these lighter line weights, right, it's a lot easier. It doesn't affect your guides as much. Do a couple of little triple hitches like that. I call that the insurance knot. Okay. So what we have there, oh, nearly cutting through the fingers. We have a beautiful little join like that. And then if you want to be really sneaky, get a bit of aqua seal and put that over there and give that a little bit of a seal like that, okay? So that has come up perfect, see? There we go, the knot's out perpendicular. So now what we'll do, right, we'll go back and try and catch a fish and see if this knot holds. We'll see how good we are, because that's where the test is, fam. Problem with the server. What? Yeah, hopefully clutch. So, And I mean, I've used this on the boat rigs. I've used this on the estuary rigs, all sorts of stuff, Famo. Ideally, you want to put a little bit of super glue on there, I guess. Rightio, so what time is it? Oh, it's 6 o'clock. We'll give it another 10 minutes. We've put a lot of bait. Have a look at that, fam. Is that a whiting? I just saw a fish swim into the burley that looked like a really big King George. And I'm talking massive King George. Hang on. It can't be, surely, no. Let's bring that back. I could have sworn I saw a big whiting swim across the burley, Famo. Oh, the mozzies are out. Okay. Let's grab another seat and then we're going to have to make a move in a minute. Oh. Yeah, so that's what I used to join braid to monofilament, fam. Ideally, when you go fishing, if you don't want to claim records, which we don't, just a little drop of super glue on that second triple hitch, never come undone. All right. No, that's a small fish. Pog is something good, isn't it, Clutch? Kappa's the one where it's not. I'm not up with this new talk. I've actually got a burley making video on this channel, Chris. If you want to go and check it out, it's one of my earlier YouTube videos. If you type in burley making, you'll see. You can make burley cheap, fam. I mean, I just paid $7 a packet, right? I could have made 20 odd packets for about 12 bucks, but I didn't. So, you know, I've got to do another burley making video, I think. All right, so let's get another cast in, just on the twilight hour. Now, we've got to be careful because on the river basins like this, dusk is when a lot of the tiger snakes come out, and here they're huge, right? Some of the biggest snakes I've seen have been in this Blackwood River Basin, okay? Oh, okay, impede. Yeah, that was just a burley that I bought, Chris. I'd like to finish the day off with a really big brim for everyone, fam. Just to show you that everything's sort of like, you know, working, if you know what I mean. Oh, right, okay. And look, once again, thank you very, very much for tuning in, people. Really good of you, greatly appreciated. So what happened there? Did I get a bite or did that just take me into the snags? No, that's just a bit of rubbish that it's picked up. All right, let's try and get a little bit closer to structure, man. Let's go. That's going to be a dangerous cast if we do get a bite. And it's been a nice day, famo. We've all chilled out. We've appreciated a little bit of the environment. We've let all our fish go. We've caught fish. Hear the birds trying to bed down for the night. Hear them? They're the 28s. They're the parrots that when the first settlers came over, they thought they sounded like they were saying 28, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it does, Chris. Bamboozled, we've caught pink snapper, juveniles. We've caught one King George whiting. I got a herring. And I've caught a heap of black bream. We're going to try and get a few different species tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, Bam, in about probably 13 hours from now, I'm hoping, or 14 hours from now, we're going to do a live fly fishing stream for bream out of a boat. So we're going to tie up a heap of little white-bodied Clouser Crazy Charlie hybrids with the bead chain eyes and see if we can hook some bream. Yeah, so I've been promising you that one for a while, mate, but oh, nice one, mate. Awesome. It'll probably go for about 3 or 4 hours, so we'll see how it goes. I just need to double check tonight, that's all, because someone else said they'd take me out on the boat, so. Oh, we don't know how lucky we are in Western Australia, fam. You know what I mean? I've pulled up here. I don't need a licence to fish here. You know, it's quieting right off now. I don't know what's going on. That's the cast. Now we wait for a bite. We don't have bass here, Chris. Bass are on the east coast. I'm in Western Australia. We actually have no naturally occurring sport fish here, mate, of any repute other than bream. But in freshwater, the rainbow trout, brown trout, and redfin perch are introduced. Come on, go again. That was just a tiny fish. Come on, mate. I'll let you go, I promise. So yeah, bass, or the Australian bass, are an east coast fish, mate, not here. If they made the mistake of introducing bass into our waterways, we'd have no marron left. So that's a good knot. I like that. Actually, come to think of it, Western Australia is probably the worst place in Australia for freshwater fishing. So, you know. Hey, thanks, people. 18 viewers. That's really good of you. And like I said, don't forget to subscribe for free. And please click on the like icon for all of our videos, fam. I'd appreciate it if you took some time out and just went back to watch a few more videos. That'd be really good of you, okay? That's a cast. Now we're talking. And the thing is too, once you get your casting figured out, fam, it's literally like point and shoot, which is all you can do. That's whether you're fishing with an overhead, a bait caster, a threadline reel, it doesn't matter, you know. Fly fishing, I can cast as far as that fly fishing too, so. No, they don't, Chris. We don't have any bass in Western Australia. We do. Rightio, little fish, famo. I don't think this is hooked very well. Ooh, but let's have a look. Haven't landed one for a while. Come on, little fella. I'm just going to wet my hands so it makes it easier so that I don't damage your protective slime. Righto, come in here. Come here, little one. There you go. See? Now, you're lucky because I'm going to let you go. A lot of people wouldn't. A bream like that that's about 6 inches long is about 8 years old, fam. Very, very slow growing fish. Very high rates of attrition, right? Hence, you know, and they're such an easy fish to catch, you know. Right. The big blue nose we got before was good. I'm going to show you some techniques tomorrow, fam. I might bring the big beach rod down. There's a sheltered area here that you can fish, and I'll see if we can get some big tailor or maybe even a mulloway, you know. Rightio, let's have another cast. We'll go till 6:30, which is another 16 minutes. Right. This is about as West Australian as it gets. Pulling up to a river, plonking your chair down, having a cast at some structure, hooking a few fish, you know. I don't ever drink when I'm steering a boat or driving a car, or refuse to. Right, so I think we might need to go out a little bit deeper, famo. Let's go to that spot we did last time. And as you can see, that new knot that we did with the Bimini or the braid mono joint or whatever it is, sails through the guides easy, famo, you know. That's right, Dan. Oh, Dan, you're still here. Awesome, mate. Thanks for sticking around. Now, that was a little fish. I didn't set the hook on that because I could tell it was a small fish, right? But I did have a good bump about 3 casts ago. And so I'm just hoping that, you know, this is the perfect river to kayak fishing, fam. You can across the edges, go upstream on high tide, come down the other side on low tide, right? And this is the perfect river for kayak fishing for bream, okay? Oh, thanks, Dan. I greatly appreciate that, mate. Thank you very, very much, mate. And can you do me a favour? I've got my email at the end, or in my channel in the About section. Can you please email me the link to your channel and also your Facebook page? And what I'll do is I'll put you down as a channel on my stream as well, mate, if that's okay with you. And then that way we can help each other. You know, you never know where we'll end up one day, Dan. And I'll put you on YouTube, Facebook as well too, mate. Thank you very, very much. Andy boy, how are you, mate? Yeah, I'm having a great day, mate. We've caught a heap of fish today after a very, very slow start. One stage there, it was that long between fish that we caught. I thought Christ had come back. Just throwing it out there. Rightio. And look, people, like I've always said, I'm not going to comment on something if I don't know what I'm talking about. And, you know, my views on this stream are mine, and I only can share you what I know. It may not be right or whatever, but it's all I know, you know. So, hey, Bam, have you got a YouTube channel as well? Because I've never asked you. Have you got a YouTube channel as well? If you have. Oh. Also, people, if you type in, if someone can type in !Discord, it'll give you the link to our Discord channel. Go and join our Discord. We've got a great group of people in there from all over the world. I might actually do it. But every time I take my attention away from the fishing rod, a good fish bites. That was not one of those times. Hang on. You've got to click on the button that reveals the email, Dan. Yeah, I don't know what this... oh, great. Good fish, famo. Oh, it snagged me. Get out of there, you big bugger. Get out of there, you big bugger. Come on. Get out of there, you big bugger. Oh, I knew it. As soon as I went for the phone, something was going to hit. No. Took me straight under a log. That sucks. Ah, oh, damn it. Every time I get away from here, right, every time a big fish hits. Look. I put the rod down and went to sit on the rod, and the rod tip's going brrr, like the aliens were bloody landing. Look at it. It got obliterated. Oh, God. Rightio, we go again. Oh, Bruce. Brucey. Hello, mate. Hope you and Banana Queen are well. And that wasn't being rude. All right, that was just the handle. Bruce, how are you, bud? Bruce is a legend. Okay? Thank you, Bruce. Right, we're going to go again. I personally think there's a hole in that river that the fish are sort of swimming out of and into like a safety measure. Just got to figure out where the dimensions are and just cast to the edge of it. Crypto, how are you, bud? Bruce, how are you, mate? Now, grab my spool, flicks the bait out, sinker lands first. I'm going to keep the tension on the line early here. The big ones always dive for structure, fam. Even our redfin perch over here, like you hook a redfin and they'll dive into the mud. Oh, come on. They'll dive into the mud. All right, Dan, thank you very, very much, mate. I really appreciate that, Dan. No, bugger. It was only a small fish. It's funny, you know, like it's almost, it feels like there's a heap of fish that have swum up around it and one hits it, then another one does. You know, when it goes quiet and we get a big bite, you know that the others have sort of gone off because they're a bit worried. Know what I mean? All right. Well, see, in the fish world, that's a transaction for them. They take the bait and leave you a leaf. Paul, thanks for coming in, mate. Good to see you, bud. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, mate. We should have this stream tomorrow, I'm hoping. Right. Right, we'll chuck that down there. Oh. Now, what a beautiful day, fam. This is how I de-stress. Boom. Okay. Do you remember the Dukes of Hazzard? And was it Cletus? C-O-B, cash on barrelhead. No, that bait's gone because I used the soft side of it. All right, little fish, good work. Rightio. Got another little fish that thinks it's a big fish, fam. I hope that got off, actually. Did it or not? Yeah, it did. Good work. Rightio, let's wind down. It's nearly... Sometimes at night when I fish, I get a bit worried that someone's going to stick their head out from around a jarrah tree wearing an ice hockey mask, holding an axe. Just putting it out there. Oh, great, we've got another. Now I'm hoping that was the knot and not another bit of twist. What happened there? Oh, that's what happened. That's not good. The get out of there. Naughty sinker. Right. You've got to always make sure that you check your gear, famo. It's Murphy's Law, right? A lot of people say Murphy was an optimist. Murphy was a prick. Okay, let's get it out there, because Murphy's Law, you know, you go, yeah, I won't worry about that wind knot, and then sure enough, you'll cast it out. The fish of a lifetime will hit, and I've done that numerous times with flathead in the Swan River. Right. Right, lovely. All the crows are starting to nest in for the night. It's not good. That's better. Oh dear. That was a small fish again. No, small fish. Like I said to you people, that's why I use size 2 hooks and bigger baits, because the chances of catching a small fish on a bigger hook are a lot less than catching a small fish on a small hook. And I don't want to just catch small stuff for the sake of providing content. I was very embarrassed today when that pelican was around, and I don't even know how those small fish were getting that hook in their mouth. You know what I mean? Right. What is it? 26 past. I think we got time to finish this muley off. I bought a couple of new eskies recently, fam, from Aldi. They're actually cooler bar eskies. I went into a tackle store, right? And I looked at these eskies and I thought, oh, they're really good, you know, and they're about $300, and I was prepared to pay that, right? But then I went to Aldi and I looked at these eskies, which were the same material, I think, right? But big bait, yeah, big fish, big bait, big hook, boom. Whew, lovely, right? So what I did is I bought one at $99, and I thought, that's a little bit bigger than half the size of the other one, right? So then I went and bought the other one for $89 because they weren't selling. So for $189.98, I got, oh, get out of there. I got 2 eskies together that were bigger than the other one I wanted to buy, and they were like $130 cheaper. So all I did is I've just put food in one and I put bait in the other. Great, move on. Yeah, here it's a bit different, Dan. We don't have sort of the variety of a lot of other Aldis, but you know, it is what it is. So I was shocked, you know. Aldi's great. Aldi's the only place I know you can go in and buy a banana, turn around and you get a block splitter, you know. It's awesome. It tried to, Bruce, but I outsmarted it, which is the first time I've outsmarted anything for a while, really. Oh, what a throw. Right. That's why you don't feed pelicans, because they're just... Okay, now I'm going to bring that sinker between myself and the bait. It tried to, Bruce. Now there's a bird I haven't heard before. What is that? Oh, now that was a little bit bigger, but I put a fair hefty chunk of bait on that. Come back. Oh, come on. And see, Dan, this is the good thing about YouTube, mate. On YouTube, you've got a lot more genuine people that are, you know, actually interested in helping each other. On the old platform, we helped over 100 people get affiliated, easily 100 people get affiliated, and I helped a few people get partnered as well. And yeah, I wish I didn't, to be quite honest with you. So, but anyway. You live, you learn, don't you, you know? And it's funny, you know, you find out what someone's really like after they get partnered. Do you know what I mean? And like, yeah, being partnered on the old platform is not a big deal. Right, but anyway, it is what it is. Oh. That's the money cast, famo. No, small fish. Bugger. Bit after 6:30, we'll get there, fam. Nice. Oh yeah, it's terrible, mate. I mean, when we got the boat, I went out in the boat with Rod on the first stream. We got put on the you know, the front page of the American Twitch, and we nearly hit 27,000 viewers. I never once pushed for donations or subs or anything like that. Just thanked everyone for watching the stream, you know. And same person the next time I streamed the whole lot. A lot of other people were making a big deal out of it though. And then as soon as that happened, you know what I mean, we started to generate a bit of interest and that sort of stuff. And yeah, a lot of people sort of appeared, you know, out of the woodwork. I'm going to drive home, Bruce. I've decided to drive home tonight. I am going to drive back. So It'll be okay, mate. I got some halogen headlights put on my car. They make a massive difference. Well, no, not halogen, LED, sorry. I got some LED headlights put on my car. They make a massive difference, Bruce. Saved me buying a spotty and a light bar, that's for sure. Yeah, and, you know, unbeknown to me, I mean, I help anyone, you know, but like I said, I mean, yeah, as soon as they got partnered, the real them came out. It was really disappointing. I just hate it when I get deceived, you know, but mainly for our community too, because we have a lot of people that tried to support people, and it's like, why did I do it? I should have just, you know, anyway. And the funny thing was, like, you know, we stopped streaming on Twitch in June, and there are a few people out there still clout chasing on things. It was just hilarious. It's like, get a life, get your own content, you know. So anyway, good luck to them. Whatever they do, they do. But when that Twitch leak came out, that was hilarious. I laughed so hard, you know. That makes it look a lot lighter than what it is, actually. All right, famo, so we've got our last cast. Okay, this is our last cast, fam. Alrighty, so I think things are starting to quieten off. We're either going to get smashed from pillar to post, or, now, let's have a look. I've got so much bait down here, it's great. All right, when I say last cast, I've got 2 baits left, right? So last cast on the last bait. It's not really last cast, is it? But people know me by now. I think my record for last cast is about 26. All right, let's see. I think that was the record on the old platform. I said last cast about 26 times or something. And that's the thing with fishing, isn't it, fam? You know, your next cast could be the fish of a lifetime. You don't know. Come on, little fellas, that's a small fish. Yeah, Bruce, he knows. He wore his forehead out going, oh, not this again, Jim. All right. Okay, so second last cast, Bruce. Oops, it's me wallet. Righto, little fella, let me just wet my hands. Come on. It's your lucky day, mate. You've won the fish equivalent of Lotto. See, pal? That was a 5.8 out of 6 for the inverted pike turn there on its dive. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Bam, you know. Right. Now, this is definitely last cast, okay? And look. Yep. I'm even putting the scissors back in there. Right. Thanks for tuning in today, famo. You too, bird. Thank you for that. Right, actually, that's a good cast. A 7. Is it the diving out of 6 though, Bruce? Oh, you bugger. Another small one it was. Alrighty, 2 out of 2, fam. Oh, you poor little bugger, you can't help yourself. You need to eat, don't you? And then some human comes along. Actually, tell you what, they're just starting to form the eggs now, famo. The eggs are just starting to form now. These will spawn by about the end of November. Back you go. Off you go. Come on, mate. Good work. No, that way. That way. All right, fam. Well, 2 fish in 2 casts. Now, this is when they usually come onto the bite. I like fishing this spot at night, but I'm not going to, obviously, as I've got to make my way home. We will be back in the area tomorrow. As I said, we're going to be hopefully doing a fly fishing stream. I just need to confirm that tonight. So, excuse me for a second. I'm just going to wash my hands and then I'll close off the stream. Tomorrow morning, during the night, there's going to be BREAM coming in from everywhere. So tomorrow morning, maybe about 5 a.m. or 5:30, apologies from now, right? We may be having another cast. Okay. Okay. You too, Brucey. You stay safe on the road today, mate. Everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. We've got... Hey, what does it say the stream's off? Really? No. Okay. Everyone, stay safe and stay well. Keep being awesome. See you tomorrow. Hopefully we can get this stream, okay, in the boat fly fishing. Bye for now. Thank you very, very much for giving up your time to watch the stream. Thanks for the support from everyone. And Dan, thank you very, very much for putting our link out on your Facebook. All right, bye for now.